Is the chairman budget here? Or a member of the budget committee? Or a member of the mediation committee? Yes, Mwashako? Are you a member of the mediation committee? On budget committee? Yes, there is a report to be laid by your committee. Okay, when your chairman comes, we will allow him to do so at whatever stage. Okay. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Chairperson, Select Committee on Parliamentary Broadcasting and Library. Puyo, you are the chair. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion. That this House adopts the report of the Select Committee on Parliamentary Broadcasting and Library on enhancing reporting of parliamentary business on online platforms laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, on Tuesday, 20th, on Wednesday, 4th October 2023. Chairman, I don't know whether Speaker, I don't know whether I'm reading the right notice. I hope that is the one. That is what I have.
Next. Member for Dagoretti South. KJ. Matter deferred. Member for Mandera South. Abdul Haro.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to give notice of the following motion. That aware that the Constitution recognizes the people's respect for the environment as the country's heritage and the commitment to sustaining the environment for future generations. Further, further aware that the cyclic drought in the country has caused devastating effects and serious disruption to the economy. Recognizing that climate change is a global problem with developing countries being the most affected, as these regions are dependent on climate-sensitive sectors such as agriculture and forestry. Further, recognizing that the severe effects of climate change are already being experienced in the form of frequent droughts, flooding, and other extreme weather occurrences. Concerned that the current climate change monitoring mechanisms in the country are based on the traditional methods which rely on ground observations and climate models which have limitations in terms of accuracy, timeliness, and spatial coverage. Noting that the country recently launched its first operational satellites to collect and transmit high-quality data, further noting that this technology can help in accurately monitoring and forecasting climatic and weather patterns, cognizant of the fact that other jurisdictions have made use of this technology to monitor climate change with marked positive impacts, appreciating that the use of technology, especially satellite technology, would allow enhanced monitoring that can have significant impact on sustainable environmental management, further appreciating that this technology would be useful in monitoring difficult to reach, expansive, and unsafe areas. Now, therefore, this House resolves that the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change, and Forestry develops a policy on IT that deploys the use of satellites in the monitoring and forecasting of climatic conditions with the objective of ensuring timely and accurate data collection to enhance the country's capacity to respond to weather-related risks and vulnerabilities, including climate change. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Haro. I'll go back to member for Dagoretti South, Honorable John Kiari.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for accommodating me. I'm shuttling between this House and a Parliamentary committee, which I'm sharing on the BPS matters. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to beg to give notice of a motion, and this motion is the establishment of a science museum. Mr. Speaker, that aware that Article 11(2)(b) of the Constitution provides that the government shall recognize the role of science and indigenous technologies in the development of the nation, and further aware that the Vision 2030 provides for the integration of information, communication, and technology in the country's transformative agenda, and concerned that there exists no science museum for consolidating indigenous scientific and technological innovations, training, and research purposes in the East African region, appreciating that the integration of science and technology would greatly enhance Kenya's economic and societal success, noting that there is potential for growth in the technology sector by establishing a science museum, that there is potential for growth in the technology sector by establishing a science museum, and further noting that the informal science education plays a key role in the progression of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, which is commonly known as STEM, acknowledging that the science museums operate as the nexus between science practitioners, policymakers, and the public, cognizant of the fact that a science museum in the country would greatly impact on the economy of the country in the quest to become an industrialized nation. Now, therefore, this House resolves that the national government, through the relevant ministries, establishes and operationalizes a science museum in the country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, KJ. Next, Chairperson, Mediation Committee, Dean Dinyoro. He's not here yet. Mashako. I thought Honorable Mashako. Okay, it's fine. Next, Chairperson, Public Investments Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture. Honorable Wangwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Public Investments Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture on its consideration of the report of the Auditor General on 23 non-compliant state corporations laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 23rd August 2023. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. We'll come back to that order when Ndindi comes in. Go to order number 7.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Honorable Mashako, as we wait for that, look for your chairman. When I go to NADCO, I'll not give him an opportunity. Order number 7, statement by a member for Kigumo, Honorable Munyoro.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 44, subsection 2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on the plight of Boda operators across the country. Honorable Speaker, the Boda sector has emerged as one of the key sectors driving the uptake of the Buy Now, Pay Later, BNPL models for purchase of various merchandise, including motorcycles. The model, according to industry players, has gained popularity, especially among young and low-income consumers, who may not have access to traditional credit facilities. And recent reports indicate that bodabodas and small vendors account for the largest share of the BNPL model. However, what is marketed as an accessible path to owning a motorbike and achieving financial independence has become a nightmare for hundreds of jobless youth in the country. BNPL providers lure borrowers with deceitful promises of low down payments and easy installments, yet hidden fees, exorbitant interest rates, and aggressive debt collection tactics soon reveal the true cost of the commodity. Honorable Speaker, according to boda operators, the business is highly competitive and the daily proceeds cannot service weekly installments. As a result, hundreds of young people are counting losses following indiscriminate impounding of motorcycles, including those belonging to diligent owners with less than 10% outstanding loans. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on the following. 1, could the chairperson explain the measures and mechanisms the government has put in place to regulate the activities of buy now, pay later BNPL providers in the country, including addressing rogue lending institutions responsible for violations of consumer rights? And 2, could the chairperson explain plans the government has put in place to develop alternative financing models that are fair, transparent, and genuinely empower boda operators? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Munyoro. Is the Chair of Finance here? Vice Chair, Benja?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We shall take the request to the committee and process it and table the statement as soon as possible.
You can bring a response in 2 weeks?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, 2 weeks, yeah.
Next, a member for Kirinyaga County, Jen Jerry. Yes, is that DK? Why are you raising your hand?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to take this opportunity. The reason why I'm raising my hand is that because we are on statements, and there is a statement I had requested from the chair for security in terms of the events that happened in Matunda, where one lady was killed by robbers. Up to today, we have not gotten any substantial statement on the matter.
You are directed to the Committee on Security?
On security, yes.
The Committee of Tongoyo? Is Tongoyo in the House? Razo? When do you bring the response to Kimutai's request? Give Honorable Razo the mic.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think as you said at the beginning of this session, that matter has been overtaken by
It elapsed.
It elapsed.
Yes.
But already the matter is before the Ministry of Interior, and we can still pursue because it's a security matter. So security matters should not be allowed to just go down the drain. We will request for about 2 weeks to be able to respond to the honorable member. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Raso, I'll not give you 2 weeks. This is a matter that was brought last time, and you should be asking for a day or 2 instead of 2 weeks.
Mr. Speaker, I'm well guided.
Can you bring a response on Tuesday?
On Tuesday?
Tuesday afternoon?
Guided, Honorable Speaker.
Excellent. Is a member for Kirinyaga? Yes, Honorable Jared Okello.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you very much. Last week, Honorable Speaker, you did give a very detailed report on how to handle issues that lapsed with the session,
Yes.
Pertaining to questions and statements. But Honorable Speaker, I want to bring to your attention that towards the end of last session, there were 2 petitions that were properly debated before this House. And it did generate, both of them did generate a lot of interest from members. And this pertains to hardship allowance by Nyatike constituency and another one that I cannot remember. But we realize that this is a matter that does cut across most of the constituencies, Honorable Speaker. Whereas you may not have delved into petitions as regards lapsing of such issues, Honorable Speaker, the importance of this matter, Honorable Speaker, if you were to invoke the inherent powers of the Speaker, I would kindly request you to allow the petition committee to proceed with this matter, Honorable Speaker, so that we can come to a conclusion that will be beneficial to most members in this House, Honorable Speaker. Otherwise, reinventing the wheel may turn out to be quite untidy and may not sit well with members in this House, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Jared, if you listen to my communication properly, I never mentioned petitions. Petitions don't lapse with the end of the term. They remain alive until they are disposed of. The only issue I can mention, Honorable Nimrod Mbai. Honorable Nimrod Mbai, there is a bit of concern that there are too many petitions pending before your committee. Many of them. Some have exceeded, in fact, many have exceeded the time that is set out in the standing orders. I would want to have a meeting with you and your committee so that I can assist you to discharge your duties a little more robustly. So check with the clerk, he'll give you an appointment to come with your committee and see me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Because petitions are time-bound.
Yes, sir.
And when you have 30, 39 petitions that are all way out of time, it is not very good. Yes, Owen?
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Just on the same note, Honorable Speaker, you see this Petitions Committee came into life in this Parliament, 13th Parliament. But in the previous Parliament, we've had petitions being dealt with at the committee, departmental committee levels, which was more effective. As we review our standing orders, Honorable Speaker, I would urge that we revert back where we have more expert opinion at the departmental level and where actually we'll be able to fast track these petitions. Otherwise, Kenyans that have sent petitions to this House are suffering. Members of Parliament who have also sent petitions to this House are suffering. I don't think Honorable Mbai and his committee are incompetent, that the work is too much for them, and the subjects are too diverse, and they may not be able to take care of them at the right time. So I urge this House that we need to look at our standing orders so that petitions go back to the committees so that we can fast-track work. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Kamket. Give Kamket the mic. There you are.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I want to add to what you mentioned. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, I am one of those people whose constituents have brought a petition here through our women rep. And that petition it's now almost 1 year down the line. So I think in line with what the Honorable Baya is saying, Mr. Speaker, I think it is time we need to review our standing orders, because I think giving all petitions to the Public Petitions Committee, I do not think they are able to handle. I think it's time to revert back to the committees. And because indeed, if ours is more than a year now, how many others are pending? So I think it is timely that we need to review and release this gentleman and, the committee so that the issues affecting Kenyans can be addressed by the relevant committees. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I don't want to open debate on this. Honorable members, we cannot change our standing orders to address issues of efficiency. I don't think that is the right way to go. I have asked the Honorable Mbai, and I'll direct the majority leader that the clerk will give you an opportunity to come with the Petitions Committee to see me so that we can address any difficulties they have in processing petitions. The reason this committee was set up was to offload the bulk of work from committees to give them time to do their work. Because committees, I'm told, were spending inordinately large amounts of time on petitions against their core business. What we need to do is to inject more energy and vigor in the Petitions Committee headed by the Honorable Nimrod, and we will assist them to do so. We cannot change the law because we are not moving fast enough. Yes, Junet.
Honorable Speaker, we stand as you directed. But Mr. Speaker, the matter is more holistic. Mr. Speaker, if you look at statements or even statements, there are many statements that have not been replied to. Mr. Speaker, if you take a case like what Honorable DK has just raised, somebody has lost his life or her life, and a year down the line, there is no response to that death. Mr. Speaker, it looks like the people who are responsible to give the explanations, that's the executive, are not taking this matter very serious, Mr. Speaker. That this response, this is the only place they can be held accountable, Mr. Speaker. And our mandate as Parliament is very clear. Legislation, oversight, and representation, Mr. Speaker. There is no any other organ that can oversight the executive, Mr. Speaker. So when we are asking for these questions, it is not a favor they are doing. It is a constitutional mandate that they're supposed to execute, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to enforce it properly. I know my colleagues are from retreat, but don't feel like you are government. You are members of Parliament. We have to oversight the executive. You can just take Mandasi there and thank them for meeting them. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Ndindi Nyoro, we'll go back to order number 6. Did I see Ndindi? Yes. You go back to order number 6. In fact, order number 5. Lay the report on the table and go to order number 6 and give you a notice of motion.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to lay the following papers before the House: the report of the Mediation Committee on the County Government's Additional Allocation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2023.
Now go ahead with the notice of motion.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give the notice of the following motion: that pursuant to the provisions of Article 1132 of the Constitution and Standing Order 153, that this House adopts the report of the Mediation Committee on the County Government's Additional Allocation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2023, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 20th February 2024, and approves the mediated version of the County Government's Additional Allocations Bill, that is National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2023. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Ndindi. Yes, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, the chair budget is purporting to have laid a paper, and I'm only seeing him with one sheet of paper. So where is the paper that he laid? he laid it on his desk.
Chairman, have you laid the paper on the table? Yeah?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Yes. As you are aware, the papers are already laid.
We go back to order number 7. I saw Kasheri walk in. Member for Kirinyaga. Jerry, you are late. I've called you twice.
My apologies, Honorable Speaker. I had paid a courtesy call to the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary, and my senior here is trying to distract me. Honorable Speaker, I rise, I rise to request...
Conga, you shall not distract Jerry. Go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to request for a statement regarding the death of the 23 persons after consuming illicit brew in Kirinyaga County. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding the death of 23 persons after consuming illicit brew in Kangai Village, Kirinyaga County. Honorable Speaker, over the years, the country has witnessed various incidences where people lose their lives after consuming illicit and adulterated alcoholic drinks. The most recent occurrence happened in Kangai Village in Kirinyaga County on 6th of February 2024, where 23 persons died while several others lost their sight after consuming illicit alcohol suspected to have expired and with a high concentration of ethanol. It is feared that the death toll may rise since conditions of victims who are receiving treatment has been deteriorating. Honorable Speaker, there has been an escalation of trade in illicit and adulterated liquor, proliferation of counterfeit alcoholic brands, mushrooming of liquor outlets operating without proper licensing, increase in underage drinking, and the rise in deaths attributable to illicit liquor in the country. The situation calls for strict implementation of the regulatory framework on alcoholic promotions, licensing, and treatment and rehabilitation of addicts as provided for under the Alcoholic Drinks Control Act 2010 in order to mitigate the adverse effects of illicit brews. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. Could the chairperson provide a report regarding the status of investigations into deaths of the victims of the illicit brew in Kangai Village, Kirinyaga County in February 2024? Could the chairperson provide information on whether the owners of the outlets from where the brew was obtained have been apprehended and prosecuted? And could the chairperson explain the measures the government has put in place to ensure strict compliance with Alcoholic Drinks Control Act 2010 and effective implementation of alcohol control policies in regions mostly affected by consumption of illicit brews? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Njeri. Tongoyo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the issue of the statement, I will ask for 2 weeks to get a response from the ministry. But, Mr. Speaker, I want just to say one thing.
I will not give you 2 weeks.
Sorry?
I will not give you 2 weeks. I'll give you 1 week. 23 lives lost.
Well guided, Mr. Speaker.
You should be having facts with you within the shortest time possible.
Well guided, Speaker. But I want just to say one thing, Mr. Speaker. Actually, the issue of these menace of alcohol and killing Kenyans is becoming an issue that should concern all of us, Mr. Speaker. The issue, as much as we want to say is the issue of the ministry and the police, we all know the issue of the licensing of illicit, of these brews is a function of the county. And it's an issue that we must actually start conversation, Mr. Speaker. No, just let me finish. What I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, we have a big problem that we must, as a house, start looking our laws, because the Constitution, the 2010 Constitution, referred the function of licensing to the counties. And that is what probably is giving our officers even a hard time to enforce such kind of so it's an issue that a conversation that we should start as this House, Mr. Speaker. But 1 week obliged, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I listened to the chair carefully, Mr. Speaker, and he's saying that the licensing of bars is a function of county government. But, Mr. Speaker, county governments license bars. They don't license illicit brews. They don't license changa. They don't license. This is an issue of enforcement of the law, Mr. Speaker, and it squarely lies with the Ministry of Interior and Provincial Administration, Mr. Speaker. And as you directed, let the chairman produce an answer in 1 week, Mr. Speaker. Let us not scapegoat that this county, it is an issue of enforcement of the law, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Rendikiri. Order, honorable members, the conversations are too loud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the chairman of security is out of order because this is death we are talking about. And the brew they took came from the police station, which is within his mandate. And that's what the Honorable Women Rep of Kirinyaga is talking about. So he cannot now run away from his responsibility. Let him go get down to the business and give us the correct content. He should not divert our attention.
Thank you. Majority Leader, I'll give you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I am constrained but to agree with the member for Buri and the Honorable Junet that indeed there is absolutely nothing wrong with counties licensing bars. This particular incident in Kirinyaga, Honorable Speaker, and maybe the chair is not aware, already officers, police officers, have been arrested and charged in court because they stole exhibits that were being stored in a police station and sold them to the person now who sold this alcohol to people in a bar. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, the problem is not just a problem that we can point at the county governments in terms of licensing of bars. It begins with law enforcement by the police. And Honorable Speaker, the chair, as a person oversighting the police, must be emphatic in ensuring that his committee summons the Inspector General of Police to say what they are going to do to ensure that the police indeed do their work in enforcing the law as it is. Secondly, and more importantly, Honorable Speaker, I am hoping that the chair, other than pointing fingers, will take this opportunity through the committee in charge of Interior to now draft a national government level legislation touching on the licensing of manufacturers of alcohol, because that will not be left to the county government. It is up to us, and that is what I would have wanted to hear the chair speak to, that his committee now will draft legislation that will regulate. How do you even regulate the movement of ethanol and methanol in this country? Because, Honorable Speaker, what we are calling illicit brews are not illicit brews. It is simply ethanol and methanol being mixed with water and being sold to people as alcohol. And that is what our committee in charge of Interior should be working on, legislation that will ensure that we regulate who sells ethanol, how is it sold. Because, Honorable Speaker, the sale of ethanol is one of the most lucrative illicit trade. The road between Namanga and Nairobi, Honorable Speaker, the entire corridor is a scene of crime. And the chair should know, from the Namanga border to Nairobi is an entire scene of crime. Every other truck, I hear even Isabania in Migori, every truck that you find on that road is carrying ethanol in drums. This ethanol is disguised with onions and tomatoes. And the police know, Honorable Speaker, if you want to be the OCPD Kajiado today, you have to know people in Vigilance House here to be deployed in Kajiado, because it is the most lucrative place to be in because of this illicit trade. Therefore, the chair should not be taking us in the scapegoating of this county government and that county government. We must deal with the problem where it is. The problem is with the police, enforcement of law, and also this House has an obligation through the committee to make sure that we have legislation that regulates the sale of ethanol and methanol. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Oundo.
Thank you, Speaker. Let me also take this opportunity to sympathize with the lost souls because of consuming illicit brew. Honorable Speaker, there is danger of branding some local brews to become illicit brew for simply because people have lost lives in other places. Honorable Speaker, yes, the licensing of bars is the mandate of the county government, but beyond that, the enforcement, the production and the rest square lies with the Ministry of Health and the relevant ministry in the national security organs. Honorable Speaker, in where I come from, we have a very local gin, very pure local gin, Honorable Speaker, manufactured in very hygienic conditions, and we have never had any challenges.
Honorable Oundo, what you are calling gin is in fact an outlawed drink called changa.
No, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
It's not called changa.
Yes.
We call it enguri, Honorable Speaker. And it's a very clear and clean gin.
Go and read the definition of changa in the Changa Prohibition Act.
And Honorable Speaker, if you go to my constituency, we have no shortage of kids. We have no shortage of pregnant women. So honestly, Speaker, we do not want the mess that has happened in central Kenya to be applied blanket application the entire country to eliminate our national pastime in our community. Honorable Speaker, let regions deal with their problems as they arise and not have a national condemnation of local brews. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Order, Honorable Oundo, for avoidance of doubt. Under the Changa Prohibition Act, Changa is described as Enguli, Machwara, Machozi ya Simba, Kill Me Quick, or any other spirituous liquor, howsoever described. So it is not a local brew that is defendable. Yes, Mukunji will be the last on this. Yes, there's a point of order, Mukunji. Let me hear Raso first. Raso, is it a point of order or you want to make a contribution? Pardon? Let Mukunji go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just want to thank Honorable Jerry Kirinyaga County for this important statement. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, if this National Assembly cannot act when 23 lives have been lost, Honorable Speaker, I don't think there is any other important time to act on this issue. Honorable Speaker, I want to agree with the majority leader that police officers are part and parcel of the thriving ethanol trade. And Honorable Speaker, it has gotten to a point where we really have to call it to order, Honorable Speaker. I want to see, Honorable Speaker, a stoppage of importation of ethanol until, Honorable Speaker, we know who are doing this work and are they even paying taxes. And Honorable Speaker, we have made billionaires out of ethanol trade. And these people have become too powerful that they are able to buy the police force from top to bottom. And that is why, Honorable Speaker, we have lost lives in Kirinyaga. We might continue losing lives. And Honorable Speaker, our young people, our generation that is behind us is in serious danger if this assembly does not act. We have to put laws and ensure we don't allow populations to thrive in drunkenness. And Honorable Speaker, when you meet a drunk person, that person is actually sick and is not actually a bad person. But Honorable Speaker, we are treating the symptoms instead of treating the disease. The people who are selling poison in this country are the people that are well known, and we have to go for them without fear or anything. Because, Honorable Speaker, if we don't do that, the population behind us is going to judge us in a very, very serious way. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
We'll end there on this. Oraso, I had promised to give you 1 minute. I'll give you 1 minute, Dawood 1 minute, and Mudoni 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I support the statement that is being sought by Honorable Njeri. Those are fundamental issues. I believe even the chairman is not contradicting that a response must be robust on this particular issue. But what the chairman is saying, the issue at stake is the law. There are those who are enforcing, but the law is mandating the counties to actually collect money. The counties are interested in collecting money, but they are not at any point.
Honorable Russell, the point that the majority leader, Junet, and others have raised is very simple. Counties license bars. They don't license places for homicides. When homicides are committed, it becomes a matter of the police. And that's why, Honorable Tongoyo, you must call your troops to order. No excuses. There is no county government in this country that licenses anybody to kill another. Yes, Dawood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you remember, we did a cleanup in Mount Kenya for alcohol in 2015. Mr. Speaker, the problem is not just licensing. Mr. Speaker, the factories which produce those third-generation liquor need to be closed immediately, because that is where the problem is. Mr. Speaker, we closed the wine shops in Meru. They went to the court and got an order to open again. Mr. Speaker, we need to approach this thing in a three-pronged manner where courts do not interfere with whatever is being done, and stopping the factories operating. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Your neighbor. Mudoni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to laud the woman rep Kirinyaga, Honorable Njeri, for bringing this very fundamental issue. Honorable Speaker, we are here discussing about loss of life. And Honorable Speaker, this is a matter that this House should take seriously, because as you have alluded to, licensing and homicide are two different things. We want to call upon the Ministry of Interior to give us a straightforward way of how they are intending to deal with this menace, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. We'll close there. Honorable Tongoyo.
So, Speaker, I just want to first appreciate and really able to also say that it is really very unfortunate, the life lost. It's a very sad story that such a time we still lost such a number of lives of young, productive Kenyans through taking over toxin products. Mr. Speaker, I agree with all these members that there is a need to look into the whole structure, even of our police enforcement. But in this particular case, Mr. Speaker, I'd taken your guidance. We are going to communicate to get a response in record short time.
On Tuesday.
On Tuesday. But what Mr. Speaker was saying, and I think the leader majority actually got it very proper. We have the pieces of legislation and laws that we can able to look from our end to include licensing of course, of production, export and import, but at the same time, we should extend the same to tighten our laws and actually our policies even in the licensing from the counties, and even a possibility of reverting some of the function to NACADA for proper management of licensing of these liquors, Mr. Speaker. That is exactly what I was saying, but once again, I want to apologize, to say sorry and pass my condolences to the life lost. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order. Oh, yes. Before we call the next order, honorable members, allow me to introduce the following schools in the public and speakers gallery: Iku Girls Secondary School from Chuka, Igambangombe, Tharaka-Nithi, and Matungulu Girls Secondary School from Matungulu, Machakos. On my behalf and on behalf of the whole House, we welcome the students and their teachers to the House of Parliament. Honorable Mule has asked me to allow him to acknowledge the school from his constituency. Do it on behalf of the whole House for the two schools in 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to welcome Matungulu girls who topped up the Form 4 class of last year in the entire Machakos County. Congratulations, girls. We are so proud of you from Machakos, and we are going to continue to promote education in the constituency. Mr. Speaker, I want to say the future of this nation lies in this House, whereby all members of Parliament support the young boys and girls in their constituency through CDF. And I want to urge the leadership to ask Professor Ndungu of Treasury to release the entire money for CDF to make sure that we keep these girls in schools. Things are very tough. We wish you all the best, and we are so proud of you, Matungulu girls, for topping up in Machakos County, and you are blessed to be in the House. Welcome. And Ikuni girls, Iku girls, we also welcome you in the House, and we are so proud of you. And Mr. Speaker, there is a joke going around that the girl child is being favored. We want to urge members also look at the boy child. God bless you. God bless Kenya.
Thank you. Honorable Ndindi Nyoro.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move the following motion, that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 232.7 relating to presentation of the budget policy statement, that this House resolves to extend the period for the consideration of the budget policy statement 2024 by a period of 14 days.
Order, Honorable Ndindi Nyoro. That what you are trying to do will be on the order paper for tomorrow. I gave you an opportunity to give a progress report on the time-bound PBS hearings that are going on.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for that guidance. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for this chance because it is very important that I bring to the attention of this House that one of our critical roles in this House is budget making. And Honorable Speaker, it is usually a lengthy process. Possibly most of us even before actually thought that this is a process that starts in June. But Honorable Speaker, just to bring it in a very short, in very few minutes to members, the process starts actually the previous calendar year. For example, in this financial year, the process of budget making started last year in November when we had a public participation and formation of the sector working groups. Honorable Speaker, after the sector working groups, then we are now in the process of setting the ceilings for all the departments and especially the sectors that constitutes our economy, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, just to bring up to the members, to bring members to speed, currently as we talk, as we meet here today, we have already started the process of departmental committees meeting their various accounting officers, Honorable Speaker. And that is the reason why even the PSs who are previously engaged in other engagements, and especially the PG in Naivasha, have been recalled to Nairobi, Honorable Speaker, so that they continue meeting the departmental committees. Honorable Speaker, the process of consideration of BPS is time-bound and the time is statutory. And Honorable Speaker, there cannot be a lot of negotiations around that time. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, mine is just to thank all the departmental chairs and to request them that we kindly stick to the dates that have been provided, that we meet our principal secretaries today, those who are meeting them today, others are meeting them tomorrow. But Honorable Speaker, I want to make a humble request that we conclude the hearings from the principal secretaries by this Saturday, so that, Honorable Speaker, we are able to be in time and we are able to process the budget policy statement within the statutory timeline. Honorable Speaker, I thank you. I thank all the members who belong to other departmental committees, and I request them kindly that we stick to the timelines of today, tomorrow, and up to Friday that have been provided for meeting the principal secretaries, so that we keep ourselves within the statutory time. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Ndindi. We can go to order number 8. Yes, Honorable Nyikal.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we go to order number 8, Mr. Speaker, I rise to seek your guidance on the issue of tabling and contents of
the issue of?
Mr. Speaker, as we go to order number 8, I rise to seek your guidance on the issue of tabling and contents of committee reports in regard to bills. Mr. Speaker, although what I'm saying arises from my observation on the bill we're discussing now, I think it's an issue that we should address as a House. To begin with, Mr. Speaker, we tend to get reports very late, and so that often members actually do not get time to benefit from what the committees have worked on and even the stakeholder issues they have raised. And two, Mr. Speaker, most of the reports that I've seen that relate to bills normally they are done in a very clear fashion. You have the stakeholder meetings, they are reported as verbatim as there, but then you will have a schedule of observations, a schedule of recommendations, and in the case of a bill, Mr. Speaker, a schedule of amendments. It therefore makes it very easy for members not to go through all the details of the stakeholder discussions, but to focus on this and make quick decisions. That was missing in this particular report, and Mr. Speaker, you have to go through all the reports of the discussions, and then you get observations on a particular group and the committee observations, and in the end, we did not get good clearance. Mr. Speaker, why I raised those two issues of the time of tabling and the content, Mr. Speaker, when you have very important bills such as this one, it is the committee work that guides what the members' discussion. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, we may have to even go into our rules and procedure rules in the House and actually go back and say we cannot have bills discussed before the committee gives a report and give a time, for example, 2 days before the discussion starts. And maybe in exceptional cases, with the leave of the Speaker, we can do that. Mr. Speaker, I thought I would raise this because I'm finding that the use of the committee reports is actually being eroded. And therefore, I think that is a very, very important bit of legislation at the committee stage, Mr. Speaker. I thought I would raise this. I've noted it in this, but I've noted it before. But this is a particularly important bill that should have gotten all the attention that we required and all the guidance from the committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Nyikal, I think you are suffering from being absent in the House. The matter you are raising was very ably raised by your chief whip when this bill was being called for second reading. And his complaint was that the report had been just laid and members needed time to read through. By now, I'm sure members have read the report. What is even more important is that the report and the content is more useful at the committee of the whole. That's when you can make changes to the bill arising out of the committee recommendations. That's when you can file your amendments if you wish. But I get your point, and the clerk will address some of the issues you have raised. Let's call order number 8. Yes, Honorable Junet. On the same issue?
Mr. Speaker, on budget policy statement.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the budget policy statement issue has been explained here by the chairman. I want the majority leader to give me an ear, Mr. Speaker, through you. Mr. Speaker, the budget policy statement is one of the most important documents in the budget making process in this House, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, it was supposed to be laid here by 15th of February, Mr. Speaker, and we are already late by 5 days. Today is 20th, Mr. Speaker. It was late, but we have lost time. Mr. Speaker, I'm of the view that going forward, it is either we change our standing orders so that it can be committed to relevant committees when we are away, or we change the Public Finance Management Act so that the timelines can be increased from 14 days to 21 days, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is the document that informs how our budget will look like in the next financial year, Mr. Speaker. And I know members are asking, are we implementing it? But this is the framework. This is the document that every member must take very, very serious, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to urge through the majority leader that bring an amendment to the Finance Act so that we can increase the timeline. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Junet, again, what you are complaining about has actually been cured. The standing order says it has to be laid by 15th. It was laid on the 15th. And it has to take 14 days. Ndindi Nyoro has asked that we extend by 7 days to 21 days. So your worries are taken care of. Next order.
Order number 8, the Affordable Housing Bill, National Assembly Bill number 75 of 2023, second reading.
Honorable Mbandi, you are on the floor, but there's a point of order by Chepkonga. Hold your horses. Order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I raise pursuant to Standing Order number 95 as read together with Standing Order number 83. But, Mr. Speaker, before I raise that point of order, I thought my very good friend, the Honorable Musa Sirma, who is the chair of CDF, had very important information to communicate to this House, particularly when the Honorable Stephen Mule was welcoming his students. We thought that the students will go back home knowing that CDF has been released.
Can you raise your point of order in relation to order number 8?
No, I was just trying to eliminate.
And Honorable Sirma, you don't have to stand up simply because your name was mentioned. Go ahead.
You want
no, Chepkonga.
Yes, go ahead.
Raise your point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Musa Sirma, take your seat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. He needs to take a cue to raise a point of order himself. Mr. Speaker, this matter has been ably canvassed in this House. And Mr. Speaker, without anticipating debate in the next standing order, in the next debate, Mr. Speaker, which is extremely very important, it has exercised the minds of Kenyans.
What is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, my point of order, would I be in order in accordance with Standing Order number 95, as read together with 83, that the Speaker be called upon to reply, not the mover be called upon to reply, because this matter has already been spent, Mr. Speaker. In fact, when issues were discussed the last time, what I wanted to discuss, Mr. Speaker, was also being discussed by another member. So I thought I became redundant. So I thought it is important that the mover be called upon to reply so that we can move to the most important debate, which is disturbing Kenyans, and we need to sort out this before Baba is appointed as the chairman of AU. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before I exercise that discretion, I'll allow Honorable Mbandi who is a ranking member of this House, to exhaust his time.
Mr.
You have a
Speaker.
point of order, Honorable Otienda Molo. Order, Musa
Mr.
Sirma.
Speaker, the Honorable Chepkonga is a ranking member and is my friend, and in recent times we've been co-chairing a very important subcommittee on CDF. But Mr. Speaker, when he stands on Standing Order 95 to persuade you to exercise your discretion, knowing that on the day the debate on this matter started, I and him were busy representing this House in another important matter, and I, among others, have not had the opportunity to say a bit. He is not only misleading, he is being unfair to the rest of us. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge you not to accept that invite. This is a very important matter, Mr. Speaker, as you know, that has invited interpretation by the court. As a House, we got it wrong the first time. It is important to get it right the second time without rushing. I submit, Mr. Speaker, and I was the first in this House this afternoon waiting to speak to this matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
If you look at clause 4, where the levy is being levied or imposed, then it says that is imposed a levy known as the Affordable Housing Levy, and that the levy shall be at the rate of 1.5% of the gross salary of an employee or the gross income of a person received or accrued which is not subject to the levy under paragraph A. Mr. Speaker, we are exposing Kenyans now, including even Mama Mboga in the streets, who are promised that this levy will only affect those who are salaried and who have a pay slip, to unnecessary harassment by Kenya Revenue Authority. Mr. Speaker, to impose this levy on people who don't have salary is going to be a nightmare. And what we are doing, in short, is to allow the Kenya Revenue Authority officers to now be snooping and harassing Kenyans, including even farmers, Mr. Speaker. Because what this particular provision means, in short, is that if you go to your farm, get your maize, and you sell it, you are supposed to be taxed, or a levy is supposed to be imposed on the produce that you get from your shamba. Gross of it, not even removing the cost of producing maize. This is punitive, and this is one of the worst legislations that can ever be passed in a house like this. Mr. Speaker, unless there is going to be an amendment to remove this or to make it implementable, Mr. Speaker, this particular provision should not be allowed to stand. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to go any further. I can see the leader of majority is gesturing, I don't know for what. But Mr. Speaker, I've just mentioned that...
Order, honorable members, order. Order, double N. Order. Is that Ngeleche or double N? The exuberance and loud conversations are disrupting even the speaker to hear what the member on the floor is saying.
Mr. Speaker, what I was saying was very important, so I may need to repeat it. Mr. Speaker, the provision under clause 4 is very, very, very dangerous. And I would urge that this matter is looked into, because now, Mr. Speaker, those farmers in the village who, after producing their crops, sell their produce, will be required to surrender 1.5% of the gross produce to this housing levy. Mr. Speaker, this is punitive. This is going to lead to unnecessary harassment of ordinary Kenyans by Kenya Revenue Authority. And I can see Leader of Majority is laughing. He actually said when he was moving this motion that they are very happy because government is going to receive more money. But why should you be happy when the same hustlers are suffering, Mr. Speaker, just because you are getting more money to do things that are not so clear, like housing, providing houses to people who we don't even know. Mr. Speaker, this is something that needs to really be looked into and removed from this law, even though the judiciary mentioned about discrimination. There should be a better way, a more
Honorable members, I have been moved to call the mover to reply, but I'll give Honorable Otienda Amolo and one other member this side, then I call the mover to reply. Otienda Amolo? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, this issue has various facets, but the first, which is of note, is the aspect that it increases the tax burden on Kenyans by a good 3%. And while most people are already familiar with the 3%, what they are not familiar with is the penalty that is also prescribed, that if you do not remit that 3% within 30 days, there's an additional penalty of another 3%. So that in any 1 month, you are in danger of having to pay 6%, which can actually be recovered by court action. Secondly, and this bears repetition, it must be borne in mind that as national government is endeavoring to do all this, Schedule 4, Clause 18, and Schedule Part 1 and Part 2 makes it very clear that no matter how well-intentioned the government may be, housing still remains a county function, function. And the only thing given to national government is the policy. This bill is not prescribing policy, it's prescribing the way of doing it. That will remain unconstitutional no matter how you couch it. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, in terms of counties, this bill is very strange. It comes under the hand of the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, and it purports in the purposes that it has nothing to do with counties. And yet, first of all, in the very face of the bill, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the bill, Clause 10 2C, Clause 12 3B1, both of them actually expressly mention the county. Besides, in their rendering of explanation, we have been told that actually they are getting land that is right now held by the counties. You cannot get land from the counties and say the bill does not concern counties, by definition and by law. It means, by whatever formulation, the bill must also involve the Senate, and it must also involve discussion with the county governments. Mr. Speaker, the question of land is not clear. This bill proceeds as if these units will be built in the air. There is no attempt to talk about land acquisition at all. In fact, more importantly, under the Constitution, whether it's land held on behalf of the county or on behalf of the national government, it is only the National Land Commission that is authorized to allocate that land. The bill does not even recognize the National Land Commission, and I've seen the submission by the commission itself. It was persuading the committee to have provisions on the process of land acquisition. Otherwise, you'll end up putting public money in land that is not even owned by the public. Mr. Speaker, this bill, in a very serious manner, makes several aspects that are very unclear. First, in terms of ownership. It does not make it clear whether we are talking of affordable ownership of houses or affordable rental of houses. It is totally confused. And if you look at Section 10 and 37 as read together, it's only talking about then paying a percentage of whatever, 10% actually, of whatever is deemed to be the worth of the unit. It doesn't say whether it's 10% represent the purchase price or the rental price. This bill again, Mr. Speaker, in trying to talk of administration, it becomes very confusing. In Section 11, the money is supposed to be divided 3 ways. Part of it is divided to the National Housing Corporation, another part to the slum upgrading program, and the third part to the State Department responsible for housing in Section 11. It then seeks to assume later in the bill that it is only the State Department and the board that is created that is administering the fund. The truth is, once you allocate land to the National Housing Corporation, to the slum upgrading fund, you have no means under the bill of then superintending it. It means that only 1/3 of the money allocated under this bill will be superintended by the board that is created. Mr. Speaker, in all fairness, the bill then does something very, very dangerous in section 2A. And Mr. Speaker, we all know that the collector of taxes is the Kenya Revenue Authority. But this section 2A then authorizes any other person appointed by the Cabinet Secretary for the time being responsible for National Treasury for the purposes of collection of funds under this act. We are enabling an entity who is not even said to be a government entity to collect government taxes. We must be the only country that can do such a thing. And besides, you know that later on, 2% of the monies allocated are then allowed to be retained by this actor. Who is this person that we are giving the possibility of collecting monies that belong to Kenyans under this fund? Mr. Speaker, I wish to submit that however well-intentioned, this bill still requires a lot of proper analysis and engagement, not at the level of drafting, but at the idea level. It is still premature, it has not been well cooked, it is being rushed, it will end up being in problems. I so submit, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
I'll give Kimani, then we can call the mover to reply.
Thank you, Mr.
You are giving the microphone to a member I have not called out.
Thank you.
Yes, Kimani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We appreciate the debate that you've held this afternoon and the views held by, among others, the Honorable Atendi Amolo. And tomorrow, during the Committee of the Whole House, the Joint Committees of Finance and National Planning and that of Housing, Public Works and Urban Development will be putting across several amendments so that we align the fears that members of this Honorable House has raised. But a few of those things that I would like to reply to is one, the issue or the question of the ownership of land and the transfer of these houses or where these houses are built on public land and how they are transferred from public land to private land. One of the amendments we'll be moving tomorrow is an amendment to the Lands Act, is a provision that all the transfer of land from public to private will have to follow the Land Act, Honorable Speaker. The issue about penalties in terms of the times when these levies are levied to the relevant authority, we will also be promoting an amendment so that they align with the Tax Procedures Act, so that the fines and the penalties that shall accrue as a result of late disbursement of these funds will follow the rest of the taxes as proposed by the as enshrined in the Tax Procedures Act. Honorable Speaker, one of the key amendments that we have done is we've created the fund. And now this fund, instead of trying to reinvent the wheel and them trying to implement these affordable housing programs, the bill proposes to use existing structures of governance, including county governments, including the National Housing Corporation, including the State Department in charge of housing, and other private entities that could be involved in the issue of affordable housing. So the monies are collected as a levy by KRA, they're taken into the fund, and then it is a fund that disburses these monies to the respective agencies. The agencies will implement the housing programs. And once the houses are complete, they are going to be transferred to the fund. And now it is now the fund that is going to distribute these houses to Kenyans, Honorable Speaker. The issue about whether to buy or rent has also been addressed in the amendment that will be moving tomorrow, that now provides that this affordable housing will be available for whether you want to buy or rent, Honorable Speaker. The issue of the 10% deposit, again proposed as a bill, is one of the things that we propose to delete tomorrow during the Committee of the Whole House, because we listened to Kenyans and they said that 10% proposed deposit is too punitive and might not be affordable to the majority of hustlers that want to get involved in this program, Honorable Speaker. lastly, there was a fear that these houses will be taken by the rich at the expense of the people that should benefit from this affordable housing. And therefore, we'll also be proposing to have one ID, one KRA PIN, one house, so that we do not have people taking advantage of this particular program and going to invest in them at the expense of the hustlers that are benefiting from this program, Honorable Speaker. We have also clearly defined what an affordable house, and most importantly, Honorable Speaker, one of the things that came out of the public hearings is a need for institutional housing. We have a majority of the civil servants who are majority of the contributors to this kitty, like the police, like the teachers, like KDF, like lecturers, like even student accommodation, that now we are proposing to include an additional amendment to have affordable housing, including institutional housing, so that our students, for example, Honorable Speaker, the Technical University of Nairobi has a population of almost 20,000 students, but the number of hostels they have as an institution is less than 500. And this means that we have had mushrooming of slums around universities. If you go to Kenyatta University, the students there live in KM. If you go to University of Nairobi, there is a slum around all our institutions of higher learning. And therefore, the bill will propose to have a particular provision and a particular percentage going to institutional housing, especially targeting our civil servants, our teachers, our police officers, and most importantly, our students, so that the students can live near where they go to school and they can have a conducive place to learn and to acquire knowledge without having to go through slums, to be marked at night when going home, and the risk of them being, their hostels being, their rental houses being locked, and them even staying out of school, Honorable Speaker. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to support this bill, and again, tomorrow during the Committee of the Whole, the joint committees will be proposing an array of amendments to safeguard some of the things that our members, especially from the minority side, has raised. I beg to move, Honorable Speaker.
Order, honorable members. Order. Order, honorable members. I now put the question pursuant to the point of order raised by Honorable Chepkonga, that the mover be now called upon to reply. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me in reply to first thank all the members who have contributed. Honorable Speaker, last Thursday when this debate began, just to dissuade that fear by the Honorable Tiende Amolo that this bill is being rushed, we were here up to 7 p.m. and very many members contributed. And I sat here pensively listening to all the contributions by the members. Honorable Speaker, I remember the Honorable Engineer Mwengi, who was asking, how will a person earning 20,000 shillings afford to save to buy a house of 2.5 million shillings? Honorable Speaker, the straight answer is in the bill. I'm certain the Honorable Engineer may not have read the bill. And at clause 2 of the bill on social housing, the bill is quite explicit that the social housing units will be houses for people, targeting people whose monthly income is below 20,000 shillings. The same questions I had the leader of minority asking, how will Mama Mboga, how will a boda rider afford to buy a house? It is these people who are being targeted with the social housing. The Honorable Tiende Omolo, who has just contributed this afternoon, is asking the same pertinent questions. Is this bill about affordable housing, ownership of housing, or is it about affordable rentals? And the straight answer again, it is about affordable ownership of houses. New home owners, millions of new home owners will be created out of this bill, Honorable Speaker, and not just rentals. And I know, Honorable Speaker, those who have been opposing this bill, a number of them are those who have vested interests in rental units in this country, who fear that affordable ownership of houses by Kenyans might in a way jeopardize their rental units. But I want to assure even landlords like myself, and Honorable Speaker, I am a landlord myself, just like many of us here, including the Honorable Junet. We are not threatened in any way by this bill. The housing gap in this country is so huge, Honorable Speaker, that we do not need to fear that anybody will be threatened.
Okello, what is out of order?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Majority Leader understands that all of us here in this House know how to read. And Honorable Speaker, firstly, it says the Affordable Housing Bill 2023. And if we go to
what is out of order?
The heading. Honorable Speaker, I want this clear. If we go to the heading, it talks about a framework for access to affordable housing. There is no indication of ownership here, Honorable Speaker. And that is the confusion that we are going through. Are we talking about affordable rentals, which could as well be part of this, or affordable ownership of a house? Honorable Speaker, ownership is not here.
Order, Honorable
unless we are going to make more amendments.
Order, Honorable Kello, you are debating. You are not raising a point of order.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You know, Honorable Speaker, reading English and interpretation of what is written in English are two different things. Honorable Speaker, moving on, the Honorable Oudo, in his submission, again was asking how will Chang'an brewers, or rather he asked that many of his, many constituents who are Chang'an brewers, and posed the question that what mechanism will be there to collect this money, and I think it's the same question that the Honorable Opio and I was asking, what mechanism will be there to collect this money as directed by the court. And Honorable Speaker, it is indeed true, as the Honorable Tiende Omolo has submitted, that it is the courts that said we are not levying this tax to a certain section of Kenyans. And therefore, in curing that problem that the court pointed out, then a provision was created for us to use the Tax Procedures Act, as has been clearly stipulated by the chair of the Finance Committee, to collect from every Kenyan who is earning an income. And Honorable Speaker, whether you are a farmer, whether you are a Chang'an brewer, and maybe to Honorable Oudo, it is brewers, not Chang'an brewers, because Chang'an brewing is an illegitimate trade that I don't know whether there is a way of collecting taxes from a legitimate trade. But for any person who is involved in legitimate earning of an income, they shall be obligated to pay this under the Tax Procedures Act. And Honorable Speaker, there are fears that, like the Honorable John Buddy has said, that KRA will harass people. KRA is a tax collector, not an agent for harassing Kenyans. And they will collect the taxes that are due from Kenyans in the manner provided for in law. Finally, Honorable Speaker, and I think is also an issue that you addressed when I think Honorable Junet or somebody else objected to the beginning of the debate on the question that appears on the memorandum of objects and reasons for this bill. Honorable Speaker, you put it so well that the memorandum is a storyline, describing what the proposer of the bill thinks of his bill. And at the point we formulated this bill as a proposer, it was my thinking that it will not affect county governments because it was a money bill that was designed to collect taxes, Honorable Speaker. But I have since been informed and guided even by the Speaker when the two speakers consulted and agreed that this bill does concern counties. Honorable Speaker, I am certain if and when this House dispenses with this bill, it will certainly be on its way to the Senate, and I have been in consultations with the leader of majority in the Senate. They are indeed waiting for this bill in the Senate.
Order, majority. Yes, Honorable Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, the majority leader raises a very interesting issue, which we need to investigate as a House on how bills are done and are published. Mr. Speaker, if a bill is styled to be a bill not concerning counties, and thereafter the proposer discovers that indeed it concerns counties, should this bill be printed afresh and published? Should it be debated in the manner in which it appears to be? This raises a legitimate... Mr. Speaker,
Order, I'll cut you there. The matter you are raising was actually raised here by your leader, the minority leader, and he prosecuted it very effectively, and the chair ruled on it. One, that the Speaker of the House and the Speaker of the Senate are satisfied and concur that this is a bill concerning counties. Two, that whatever is in the memorandum is something that will not find itself in the body of the law when you pass it. Three, that at committee stage you can amend anything, including the memorandum, to expunge any offending words that tend to indicate either impliedly or expressly that the bill does not concern counties, because it does. And it was all agreed by both sides that this bill concerns counties, and from here it will go to the Senate. So if you had been here when Wandai was contributing, you wouldn't have raised that point of order.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I was hoping, Honorable Speaker, you would tell the Honorable TJ, give him the same response you gave to the Honorable Nyikal, that he's also suffering from being absent from the House. Yes. Because that is a matter that was indeed canvassed, and you made a very reasoned ruling on the matter. And indeed, as I was indicating in conclusion, Honorable Speaker, this memorandum, as the Speaker directed, if anybody desires to amend the memorandum or my storyline of what the bill is about, you are at liberty to amend it when this bill comes for third reading. With those very many remarks, Honorable Speaker, allow me, Honorable Speaker, maybe, Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, Article 38, Clause 38, Honorable Speaker, and the Honorable Engineer Mwengi also spoke to the issue of the contributions, voluntary savings. And to an extent, he confused the voluntary savings to voluntary contributions into the fund. And the voluntary savings referred to under Clause 38 refer to savings towards contributing a deposit. And is a deposit that the Honorable Chair of the Finance Committee has very ably stated that the provision that was there for a 10% deposit, and I remember when the units in Nakuru County were in Bondeni, Nakuru, were advertised, Kenyans raised that particular question as to whether how many Kenyans will be able to afford 100,000 shillings, and that is what the chairman of the Finance Committee has indicated that they have proposed in their committee report during third reading to remove the provision for a 10% deposit, so that Kenyans, even what we do, Honorable Speaker, when you are getting into a rental house, you are required to raise a deposit of 2 months deposit and one month rent, or 1 month's deposit and 2 months rent, and you pay an equivalent of your 3 months deposit as your deposit, is probably something now with the removal of the 10% deposit that could be considered by the people who will be selling these houses under the fund. Honorable Speaker, with those very many remarks, let me conclude by saying that this bill is not just about a levy. This bill is not just about houses. As I submitted when moving, this bill is about provision of jobs for millions of our youth who are languishing back in our constituencies without jobs, and plead with all of you to vote for this bill. And voting for this bill, honorable members, you'll be voting for jobs. I will wait to see, Honorable Speaker, how many of us here will vote against jobs for Kenyans, jobs for Kenyans, jobs for your constituencies. This bill is nothing other than about jobs, 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 jobs for your constituencies. Vote for jobs. Vote for employment. Vote for homeowners. Vote for wealth creation. Vote for a new Kenya. I submit and I reply, Honorable Speaker.
Order. Order. Honorable members on both sides of the House, You are total out of order for turning the floor of the House into a rally situation. Honorable members, I'll now put the question, which is that the Affordable Housing Bill, National Assembly Bill number 75 of 2023, be now read a second time. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. Take your seats. Take your seats, honorable members. Order. You have order, honorable members. Take your seats. You have the requisite number. Order. Order, honorable members. You have claimed a division. You have the requisite number. Before we ring the bell, allow me to acknowledge in the Speaker's gallery, order, the presence of Solian Girls High School from Eldama Ravine in Baringo. We can now ring the division bell for 5 minutes. We are on division, we can't. Order, honorable members. The division bell will be rung for 5 minutes.
The division bell is currently on at the National Assembly. This division bell has been ordered by the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Moses Wetangula, for the House to take account of members in support of the Affordable Housing Bill 2023, currently at the second stage. On your screens, you can see the whip of the majority side, whipping members in the chamber. In the next about 3 minutes, we are set to see members of the National Assembly from various sides, that is those opposing And those in support of the bill currently at the second stage take the numbers owing to that vote that was just taken just a while ago by
Order, honorable members, take your seats. Take your seats. Those members on their feet, take your seats. Take your seats. Order, honorable members. Those on your feet, freeze. Those near their seats, get seated. Honorable members, the division bell is over. I'll now invite the whips to submit the names of their tellers. Order. Order. We do. Joroge? Close the bar. Honorable members, order. Order, honorable members. Take your seats. Take your seats. Honorable members, I want you to observe decorum and decent conduct in the House. Your standing orders stipulate very clearly when voting is going on, you observe silence in the chamber, no movement from one place to another. I would have loved us to have electronic voting, but I'm told some of you don't have your cards. I want to advise members that going to the future, it saves a lot of our time if we do electronic voting. And for my time in 10 years in the Senate, all our voting was electronic and it was seamless. And when you vote even electronically, it appears on the screen and everybody can tell who is voting in whatever manner. So going to the future, clerk, make sure that the electronic gadgets are working. This vote would have taken 5 minutes. Now we are probably going to take 1 hour. And I want to direct that if the chair notices you walking up and down during voting, your vote will be nullified. Maintain silence, remain in your places of seat, so that we have an orderly house. You know very well before this we have had votes that have degenerated into something I don't want to describe. If I see you walking around, it matters not who you are, even if you are in leadership, I'll nullify your vote. So let's start through a roll call vote. Remain where you are. When you are called out, vote. And for avoidance of doubt, I'll now put the question that affordable housing bill National Assembly Bill number 75 of 2023 be now read a second time. You are voting either yes or no. Let's start.
Ainab Koi, Chepkonga Kiprono Samuel.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Aina Moi, Langat Benjamin Kipkurui. Mohammed.
I vote yes.
Aldai, Kitani Marian Jebet.
Honorable Kaluma, take your seat.
Alego Usonga, Atandi Samuel Onunga.
I vote no.
Awendo, Owino John Walter. Bahati, Mrembo Irene Joki. Balambala, Shurie Abdi Omar. Balambala, Shurie Abdi Omar. Baringo, County Woman Rep, Sergon Florence Jamatia. Barigo Centro, Kandie Joshua Chepiegon. Baringo North, Kipkoros Joseph Magilap. Baringo South, Kamuren Charles. Baringo South, Kamuren Charles. Belgut, Koech Nelson. Bobasi, Momanyi, Innocent Obiri. Bobasi, Momanyi, Innocent Obiri. Bamachoge Borabu, Barongo Nolfalson. Bamachoge Chache, Alpha Miruka Ondieki. Bomet Woman Rep, Lynette Jebkorir. Bomet Centro, Kilel Richard Cheruyot. Bomet Centro, Kilel Richard Cheruyot. Bomet East, Yegon Richard Kipkemoy. Bonchari, Onchoke Charles. Bondo, Ogola Gideon Ochanda. Borabu, Osero Patrick Kibagendi. Budalangi, Wanjala Rafael Sauti Beta.
Honorable Pareyo. Order. Honorable Agnes Pareyo. Can you take your seat or I'll nullify your vote? I see you walking up and down again and your vote will be nullified.
Bumula, Wamboka Nelson Jack.
No.
Bungoma Woman Rep, Wabilianga Catherine Nanjala. Bura Yakub Ado Kuno. Bureti Komingoi Kibet Kirui. Busia Woman Rep, Omanyo Catherine Nakambi. Butere, Mwale Nicholas Tindi. Butula, Oyula Joseph Maero. Butula, Oyula Joseph Maero. Butula, Oyula Joseph Maero.
No.
Mburi, Rindikiri Muruidhania. Imenti Centro, Kirima Joseph Nguchine. Changamwe Shimbwa Omar Mwinyi. Changamwe Shimbwa Omar Mwinyi. Chebalungu Koech Victor Kipngetich. Chebalungu Koech Victor Kipngetich. Cherangani Barasa Patrick Simiu. Barasa Patrick Simiu. Chesume Biego Paul Kibichi. Chuka Iganga Ngombe Ntwiga Patrick Munene. Chuka Iganga Ngombe Ntwiga Patrick Munene. Dadab Farah Maalim. Farah Maalim. Dagoretti North Elachi Beatrice. Dagoretti South John Kiarie. Dagoretti South John Kiarie. Eldama Ravin Musa Sirma. Eldas Welie Keinan. Elgeo Marakwet Woman Rep Jepto Ngelechei. Embakasi Centro Gadiro Mejadong. Embakasi East Babu Owino Paul. Embakasi East Babu Owino Paul. Embakasi North Gakuya James Mwangi. Embakasi North Gakuya James Mwangi. Embakasi South Mawade Julius Musili.
I vote no on the
Embakasi
overtaxation.
West Mweje Mark Samuel Mureithi. Embu Woman Rep Double N Pamela Njoki. Mgwen Lelmengit Joseph. Emuhaya Omboko Milemba. Emuhaya Omboko Milemba. Emurwa Dikir Johanna Ngeno. Endembes Pukose Robert.
I vote yes.
Fafi Yakub Farah. Fafi Yakub Farah. Funyula Oundo Wilberforce. Galole Said Buya Hiribae. Galore Said Buya Hiribae. Ganze Tungule Charo Kenneth Kazungu. Garissa Woman Rep Siad Udgon. Siad Amina Udgon. Garissa Township Deko Mohamed Baro. Garsen Guyo Ali Wario. Garsen Guyo Ali Wario. Gatanga Mureu Wakili Edward. Gatundu North Njoroge Kururia. Gatundu North Njoroge Kururia. Gatundu South Kagombe Gabriel. Game Elisha Odhiambo. Game Elisha Odhiambo. Gichugu Githinji Robert Gichimu. Gichugu Githinji Robert Gichimu. Gilgil Martha Wangari. Githunguri wa Muchomba Gadhoni. Githunguri wa Muchomba Gadhoni. Hamisi Gimose Charles. Hamisi Gimose Charles. Homabay Woman Rep Bensuda Osogo. Bensuda Osogo. Homabay Town Kaluma Peter George Opondo. Igembe Central Daniel Kili Karido. Igembe Central Daniel Kili Karido. Igembe North Mnaiba Taitumu Julius. Igembe South, Mwirigi John Paul. Igembe South, Mwirigi John Paul. Ijara, Abdi Ali. Ikolomani, Shinali Bernard Masaka. Isiolo, Woman Rep, Bonaya Mumina. Isiolo, Woman Rep, Bonaya Mumina. Isiolo South. So Isiolo North, Lomwa Joseph. Isiolo North, Lomwa Joseph. Isiolo South, Tubi Mohammed. Jomvu Badibadi Toalib. Juja George Koimburi. Kabete Wamashukuru James Gedua. Kabondo Kasipul, Eve Akinyi Obara. Kabushai Kalasinga Joseph Simiu. Kacheliba Titus Lote. Kaiti Kimilu Joseph. Kajiado Woman Representative Sankaire Lea Sopiato. Kajiado Central Kanchore Memusi. Kajiado East Hamisi Kakuta Maimai. Kajiado North Ngogoyo Onesimus. Kajiado South Sakimba Parashina. Kajiado West Sunkuya George. Kakamega Woman Representative Mohanda LC Bushilie. Kaloleni Katana Paul Kahindi.
I vote no.
Kamukonji Hassan Abdi Yusuf. Kandara Njuguna Chege. Kandui Makali John. Kangema Peter Irungu Kihongi. Kagundo Chule Fabian Muli.
Yes. I said yes.
Yes, she's there.
Kapenguria Samuel Moroto Chumel. Kapsaret Sudi Oscar Kipchumba. Karachuonyo Adipo Andrew.
No. Give him the mic.
Karachuonyo.
I vote no.
Kasarani Karauri Ronald Kamuiko. Ronald. Kasipul Charles Were. Kadiani Robert Mbui. Keio North Kipsanai Adams Korir. Keio South Gideon Kemayo. Kericho County Beatrice Kemei. Keses, Julius Ruto. Huisero, Aseka Wangaya Christopher. Huisero, Aseka Wangaya Christopher. Kiamba, Wanjiko John Jogona. Kiambu, Waidhaka John Machua. Kiambu, Waidhaka John Machua. Kiambu County, Ann Wanjiko Mugo Moradha. Kibra, Peter Ochieng Orero. Kibwezi East, Mbalu Jessica. Kibwezi East, Mbalu Jessica. Kibwezi West, Mutuse Mwengi Ekomas. Kieni, Anthony Wainaina Njoroge. Kieni, Anthony Wainaina Njoroge. Kigumo, Joseph Munyoro. Kiharu, Dindi Nyoro. Kiharu, Dindi Nyoro. Kikuyu, Kimani Ichungwa. Kilgoris, Sunkuli Julius. Kilgoris, Sunkuli Julius. Kilifi County, Mbeyu Gertrude Mwanyanje. Kilifi County,
Mbeyu, I vote no.
Kilifi North, Baya Ya Owen.
I vote yes.
Kilifi South, Richard Ken Chonga. Ken Chonga, Kilifi South. Kilome, Kidhua Nzambia. Kilome, Kidhua Nzambia. Kimilili, Didmas Mutua Baraza. Kimilili, Didmas Mutua Baraza. Kiminini, Kiminini, Morris Kakai Bisau. Kinango, Kinango, Samuel Gonzirai. Kinangop, Kwenya Dhuku. Kinangop, Kwenya Dhuku. Kipipiri, Muhea Wanjiku. Kipipiri, Muhea Wanjiku. Kipkelion East, Cherorot Joseph Kimutai. Kipkelion West, Hilary Kiplangat Kosgei. Kirinyaga County, Maina Njeri Jen. Kirinyaga Central, Gitare Joseph Gachoki. Kirinyaga Central, Gitare Joseph Gachoki. Kisauni, Benziba Rashid Juma. Kisauni, Benziba Rashid Juma. Kisii County, Donya Aburi Doris. Kisii County, Donya Aburi Doris. Kisumu County, Busia Ruth Odinga. Kisumu County, Busia Ruth Odinga. Kisumu Central, Joshua Oron. Kisumu East, Ahmed Shakil Shabir. Kisumu East, Ahmed Shakil Shabir. Kisumu West, Rosa Mbuyu. Kitui County, Kasalu Irene Mudhoni. Kitui Central, Makali Benson Mulu. Kitui Central, Makali Benson Mulu. Kitui East, Mbai Nimrod. Kitui Rural, Mboni Mwalika. Kitui Rural, Mboni Mwalika. Kitui South, Recho Kaki Nyamae. Kitui South, Recho Kaki Nyamae. Kitui West, Nyenze Edith. Kitutu Chache North, Nyakundi Japheth. Kitutu Chache South, Kibagendi Anthony. Kitutu Masaba, Gisairo Clive. Kitutu Masaba, Gisairo Clive. Konoin, Yegon Brighton. Konoin, Yegon Brighton. Kuresoi North, Kiprono Mutai. Kiprono Mutai. Kuresoi South, Joseph Tonui. Kuria East, Kitayama Marwa Maisori. Kuria West, Robbie Mathias. Kuria West, Robbie Mathias. Kwale County, Masito Fatuma Hamisi. Kwanza, Wanyonyi Ferdinand. Lafi, Abdurrahman Mohammed Abdi. Abdurrahman Mohammed Abdi. Lakdera, Mohammed Abdikadir Hussein. Lakdera, Mohammed Abdikadir Hussein. Laikipia County, Jane Kagiri. Laikipia East, Kionjuri Festus Mwangi. Laikipia North, Korere Sara. Laikipia North, Korere Sara Paulata. Laikipia West, Karani Stephen Washira. Leisamis, Lekuton Joseph. Leisamis, Lekuton Joseph. Lamu County, Marubu Monica Mudhoni. Lamu County, Marubu Monica Mudhoni. Lamu East, Rueda Obo. Lamu West, Muirori Stanley. Langata, Felix Adiwor Kode. Langata, Felix Adiwor Kode. Larry Kahangara Joseph. Larry. Yes. Likoni Mishi Mboko. Likuyani Mugabe Innocent. Limuru John Kiragu Chege. John Kiragu Chege. Loima Akuja Protas.
Yes.
Luanda Oyugi Dick Maungu. Luanda Oyugi Dick Maungu. Lugari Nabi Naboera Daraja. Nabi Naboera Daraja. Lunga Lunga Chiforo Mondo. Chiforo Mondo Mangale. Lurambi Mukhwana Taitas Kamala. Lurambi Mukhwana Taitas Kamala. Maara Kareke Mbiuki. Maara Kareke Mbiuki. Machakos County, Kamene Joyce. Machakos County, Kamene Joyce. Machakos Town, Caleb Mule. Magarini, Kombe Harrison. Magarini, Kombe Harrison. Makandara, George Aladwa. Makadara, George Aladwa. Makueni, Suzanne Dunge Kiamba.
Makueni constituency vote no.
Makueni County, Mumo Rose. Makueni County, Mumo Rose Museo. Malava, Ichendi Malulu. Malindi, Amina Mnyanzi. Malindi, Amina Muyanzi. Mandera North, Basil Sheikh Abdullahi. Basil Sheikh Abdullahi. Mandera County, Umulkhair Sheikh Hasim. Mandera County, Umulkhair Sheikh Hasim. Mandera East, Abdurrahman Hussein Waitan Mohammed. Abdurrahman Hussein Waitan Mohammed. Mandera South, Haro Ibrahim. Mandera South, Haro Ibrahim.
No, you are saying yes. No, wait.
Mandera East.
Order.
Mandera.
Order, honorable members. The member has voted already.
Yes.
Carry on.
He voted yes. He's not sure. No, he's not sure. He can't vote twice.
Order, honorable. Order, tell us. Order.
I vote no.
Go on.
Mandera South. Mandera South, Haro Ibrahim. Mandera South, Haro Ibrahim. Mandera West, Yusuf Adan Haji. Mandera South, Haro Ibrahim.
Yes.
Mandera West, Yusuf Adan Haji. Manyata Mukunji John Gitonga.
Yes.
Maragua Mary wa Maua.
Mukunji amesema yes.
Marakwet East, Bowen Kangogo.
Yes.
Marakwet West, Toroitich Kipchumba Timothy.
Yes, also.
Marsabit County, Wako Naomi Jilo. Masinga, Mwalio Joseph Mbidi. Masinga, Mwalio Joseph Mbidi. Matayos Odanga Geoffrey Makoha.
I vote no.
Madare Anthony Oluch. Madare Anthony Oluch. Madhioya Gichuki Edwin Mugo.
Yes. Matioya, yes.
Madira Eric Mwangi Kahugu. Matuga Kasim Sawatandaza.
Yes.
Matungu Peter Oscar Nabulindo. Matungulu Stephen Mutinda Mule. Mavoko Patrick Kingola. Mbere North Ruku Geoffrey Kariuki. Mbere North Ruku Geoffrey Kariuki. Mbere South Bernard Muriuki. Mboni Nzioka Kivasu Erastus. Mboni Nzioka Kivasu Erastus. Meru County Elizabeth Karambu Kailemia. Migori
Amesema yes. Amesema yes.
Migori County Zainabu Mohamed Fatuma.
Kwa niaba ya watu wa Migori, no. Kwa niaba ya
Mogotio.
Wakenya, no.
Kiborek Ruben. Mogotio Kiborek Ruben. Moiben Barto Phyllis.
Yes.
Molo Kimani Kuria. Mombasa County Zamzam Mohamed. Mombasa County Zamzam Mohamed.
Kwa niaba ya watu wa Mombasa napiga no.
Mosop Kirwa Kipsang Abraham. Mosop Abraham Kirwa Kipsang.
On behalf of people of Mosop, I vote yes.
Moyale Guyo Wako Jaldesa. Moyale Guyo Wako Jaldesa. Msambweni Salim Faisal Badar. Msambweni Salim Faisal Bader, Mount Elgon, Kapondi Frederick, Mount Elgon, Kapondi Frederick, Moroni, James Koyo Onyango, Mukurweini, Kagushia John Gichohi, Kagushia John Gichohi, Mumias East, Peter Salasia, Mumias East, Peter Salasia, Mumias West, Johnson Naika, Johnson Naika, Muranga County, Betty Maina, Mvita, Machele Mohammed.
I vote no.
Mvita, Machele Mohammed.
I vote no.
Mvita, Machele Mohammed.
I vote
Mwala,
no.
Vincent Musioka Musau. Mwala, Vincent Musioka Musau. Mwatate, Peter Shake Mboko. Mwatate, Peter Shake Mboko. Mwea, Mary Maingi.
Yes.
Mwingi Central, Muliungi Gideon. Mwingi Central, Muliungi Gideon. Mwingi North, Paul Musimi Nzengu. Paul Musimi Nzengu. Mwingi West, Charles Nguna. Charles Nguna. Nairobi County, Pasaris Esther Mudhoni. Nairobi County, Pasaris Esther Mudhoni. Naivasha, Jane Kihara. Jane Kihara. Nakuru County, Lisa Chelule.
Lisa Chelule is there. Yes.
Nakuru Town East, Gekaria David.
For jobs to our youth, I vote yes.
Nakuru Town West, Arama Samuel. Arama Samuel. Nambale, Mulanya Joyfrey. Mulanya Joyfrey. Nandi County, Cynthia Muge. Nandi County, Cynthia Muge. Nandi Hills, Bernard Kitur. Nandi Hills, Bernard Kitur. Narok County, Rebecca Tonkei. Narok County, Rebecca Tonkei.
I vote yes.
Narok East, Aramat Lemanken. Aramat Lemanken. Narok North, Pareyo Agnes.
Yes.
Pareyo Agnes. Narok South, Olentutu Kitilai. Narok West, Tongoyo Gabriel. Navajolo, Wangwe Emmanuel. Navajolo, Wangwe Emmanuel.
Yes. Yes.
Navajolo, Wangwe Emmanuel.
Give him the mic. Yes. Yes.
Daragwa, George Gachagua. George Gachagua.
Yes.
Ndhiwa, Ndhiwa, Owino Martin Peters. Ndia, GK Macharia, George.
GK is there. Yes.
Njoro, Charity Kadhambi.
Yes. She's there.
Charity Kadhambi. Northhor, Guyo Wario. Northhor, Guyo Wario. North Imenti, Rahim Dawood. North Imenti, Rahim Dawood. North Mugirango, Joash Nyamoko. Joash Nyamoko. Nyakach, Joshua Aduma. Nyakach, Joshua Aduma. Nyali, Mohammed Ali. Nyamira County, Jerusha Momanyi. Nyandarua County, Faith Gitau. Nyando, Jared Okelo.
Nyando votes no.
Nyaribari Chache, Zahir Jada. Zahir Jada. Nyaribari Masaba, Manduku Daniel. Manduku Daniel. Nyatike, Tom Ondege. Tom Ondege. Nyeri County, Rahab Mukami Wachira. Nyeri County, Rahab Mukami Wachira. Nyeri Town, Duncan Madenge. Oljororok, Muchira Michael. Olkarau, Kiaraho David. Olkarau, Kiaraho David. Odaya, Wainaina Michael. Pokot South, Kosing David. Pokot South, Kosing David. Rabbi, Anthony Kenga. Rabbi, Anthony Kenga. Rangwe, Lilian Gogo. Lilian Gogo. Rarieda, Paul Otiende Amolo.
I vote no.
Rongai, Paul Kibet. Rongai, Paul Kibet. Rongo, Paul Abur. Paul Abur. Roysambu, Mwafrika Kamande. Ruaraka, Tom Joseph Kajwang. Ruiru, Kingara Simon. Runyenjes, Eric Muchangi. Sabatia, Sloya Clement Logova. Saboti, Caleb Amisi. Saku, Dido Raso. Samburu County, Pauline Lenguris. Samburu East, Lekumontare Lentoijoni Jackson. Samburu North, Letipila Dominic. Letipila Dominic. Samburu West, Lesuda Naisula. Lesuda Naisula. Seme, James Nyikao.
Vote no.
Shinyalu, Ikana Frederick. Siaya County, Christine Ombaka Odor. Sigor, Peter Lochakapong. Peter Lochakapong. Sigowet Soin, Justice Kemei. Sirisia, John Waluke.
I vote yes.
Sotik, Francis Sigei. South Imenti, Shadrach Mwiti. South Mugirango, Silvana Sosoro. Soy, David Kiplangat. Starehe, Mwago Maina Amos. Starehe, Mwago Maina Amos. Suba North, Millie Grace Odhiambo. Suba North, Millie Grace Odhiambo. Suba South, Kalori Omondi. Suba South, Karoli Omondi.
Phase 1 of the affordable housing having been completed in Homa Bay, I vote yes.
Subukia, Subukia, Gachobe Kinuthia. Gachobe Kinuthia. Suna East, Junet Sheikh Mohammed. Suna East, Junaid Sheikh Mohammed.
I vote no.
Suna West, Peter Francis Masara. Peter Francis Masara.
I vote no.
Taita Taveta County. Taita Taveta County, Lydia Haika Mizigi. Tana River County, Amina Dika. Tarbaj, Hussein Abdi Bare. Tarbaj, Hussein Abdi Bare. Taveta, John Buire Okano. John Buire Okano. Teso North, Kaunya Oku Edward. Kaunya Oku Edward. Teso South, Mary Amase. Teso South, Mary Amase.
I vote yes. I vote for jobs for my constituents.
Tetu, Mwangi Wandeto. Tetu, Mwangi Wandeto. Daraka, George Murugara. George Murugara.
Yes.
Darakanidi County, Susan Gugi.
Yes.
Susan Gugi.
She's there. He's an agent. Why is he voting? Chairman, why are you voting?
Thika Town, Alice Nganga. Alice Nganga.
Alice Nganga is there. And she's voted.
Tiati, Kasait Kamket William. Kasait Kamket William. Tigania East, Mpuru Aburi. Tigania East, Mpuru Aburi. Tigania West, John Mutunga. Tindaret, Julius Meli. Tongaren, Chikati John. Trans Nzoia County, Sioi Lillian. Tarbo, CTNA Janet. Tarbo, CTNA Janet. Turkana County, Ngitit Cecilia. Cecilia Ngitit. Turkana Central, Namor Joseph Emade. Uasin Gishu County, Gladys Boss. Gladys Boss. Ugenya, David Ochieng. Ugunja, Wandai Opio.
No.
Uriri, Mark Nyamita. Uriri, Mark Nyamita. Vihiga, Vihiga, Kagesi Kivai Ernest. Vihiga County, Adagala Beatrice. Voi, Chome Abdi. Chome Abdi.
I vote no.
Wajir County, Fatuma Jeho. Wajir County, Fatuma Jeho. Wajir East, Mohammed Aden Daudi. Wajir North, Ibrahim Sane. Wajir North, Ibrahim Sane. Wajir South, Ado Mohammed Aden. Ado Mohammed Aden.
I vote no.
Wajir West, Yusuf Farah. Wajir West, Yusuf Farah Mohammed. Webuye East, Ferdinand Wanyonyi. Sorry, Webuye East, Wanyonyi Martin Pepela. Webuye East, Wanyonyi Martin Pepela. Webuye West, Daniel Wanyama. Webuye West, Daniel Wanyama. West Mugirango, Stephen Mogaka. Stephen Mogaka. West Pokot County, Rael Kasiwai. Rael Kasiwai Chepkemoy. Westlands, Tim Wanyonyi. Westlands, Tim Wanyonyi. Wundanyi, Danson Mwashako.
I vote no.
Yata, Robert Basil Ngwe. Robert Basil Ngwe.
I vote no.
Ali Abdisalat Khalif. Ali Abdisalat Khalif. Sabina Chege. Joseph Denar Hamisi. Joseph Denar Hamisi. Harun Sulekha Hulbai. Harun Suleka Hulbai. Dorothy Mudhoni Ikiara. Joseph Wainaina. Jackson Kosgei Kipkemoy. Jackson Kosgei Kipkemoy.
I vote yes.
Irene Mayaka. Irene Mayaka. Umulhel Harun Mohammed. Umulhel Harun Mohammed. Teresia Wanjiru Mwangi. Teresia Wanjiru Mwangi. John Bandi.
You should add chairman. I vote no.
Talib Abubakar Ahmed. Talib Abubakar Ahmed.
I vote yes.
The tallying of the numbers of both the majority and the minority in regards to the Affordable Housing Bill 2023 that the Speaker put a question for members to vote for the bill at the second stage. So upon passing of that bill, for it to proceed to the third stage, that is the committee stage, we saw members of Parliament raising to say each side has the numbers, and that occasioned the calling of each member for them to take a vote, and that tallying is currently on. On the side of the majority wing, the tellers are the member for Mbeere North, Honorable Joyfrey Ruku, and the member for Endebess, Honorable Robert Pukose. The minority wing is being represented by Honorable Jackson Mwamboka, the member for Bumula, as well as Anthony Kibagendi. So as we await for that tallying to be completed, allow me to take you through some of the highlights the members raised during the debate allocated time. We've had members of the minority wing calling for more time for more amendments to be included by the Committee on Matters Finance, chaired by the member for Molo Town, Honorable Francis Kuria Kimani. That plea by Honorable Member for Arieda, Otiende Amolo, as well as the Honorable Member for Ruaraka, Honorable Kajwang, were not permitted by the Speaker. The debate on this particular bill, the Affordable Housing Bill, has been completed, and during this afternoon session, we also heard from the leader of the majority party, Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, urging members of Parliament to vote for the bill. And in his argument is that the Affordable Housing Bill 2023 is majorly about creating employment for the youth in the country. And so we expect upon the conclusion of that tallying, the Speaker will then be giving the outcome of the tallying in regards to how members of the National Assembly voted on the Affordable Housing Bill 2023 for it to proceed to the committee stage, which is slated for tomorrow morning. This particular bill also pertains matters to do with counties, and the moment the National Assembly has dispensed with this particular bill, it will be proceeding to the Senate for consideration by senators. It is a bill that has elicited mixed reactions from members, with legislators calling for further amendments. According to the committee chair, Akure Kimani, there are a number of amendments before the committee, and those particular amendments are set to be considered tomorrow during the National Assembly sitting, slated for tomorrow morning, 9:30. Usually at the second stage, members of Parliament, of the bicameral Parliament, whether the bill is at the Senate or at the National Assembly, at the second reading, popularly known as the second stage, we have members ventilating on the bill, either in support or objecting to the proposals in the bill, and that is why we have various amendments to the Affordable Housing Bill 2023, where a section of members want various amendments to be included in the bill. Among the amendments is that the 10% deposit requirement for you to own a house be scrapped. And according to the chair of the Finance Committee, during the public hearing, the committee gathered that some members of the public may not be in a position to pay the 10% deposit. And that is one of the consideration when this bill enters the committee stage. Another recommendation or amendment is that the affordable housing for members of the public to be allowed to either rent or buy the house altogether. So we'll be awaiting to see how that will be panning in regards to this bill. This is a bill before the National Assembly, and it was introduced by the majority side. This is a bill seeking to have unemployed Kenyans get jobs. Currently, there is a retreat by the members of the executive, and we've had the president urging members of parliament to pass this particular bill to enable the ruling coalition fulfill its mandate. The Affordable Housing Bill 2023 is currently at the second stage. Usually, a bill will go through the 3 stages. The first stage, popularly known as the first reading, the bill is introduced or read for the first time before the House. And at the second stage, what we witnessed on Thursday last week, and a few minutes before 4 p.m. today, is that members were concluding on the allocated time. Usually, the allocated time for debate is usually 3 hours. That has been concluded, and the vote that was being taken is to permit the bill to go to the third stage, where it will be before the committee of the whole House, where various amendments in regards to the proposals in the Affordable Housing Bill will be considered. There has been various issues raised before the committee dealing with this aspect of the affordable housing. And when members of the public appeared before the committee, raised the aspect of the high cost of living, calling upon the committee to consider probably reducing the amount required for one to own the house. A few minutes to come, say a minute or two, we'll be expecting the clerks rather, led by the clerk of the National Assembly, to complete that particular tally. And at any given moment that particular tally is complete, the results will be handed over to the Speaker to read the tally outcome. And one of the most notable recommendations is the removal of section 31, subsection 2A, which mandated a 10% deposit for eligibility for the affordable housing units. In the event that is accommodated, This change is expected to lower the entry barrier for the prospective homeowners. That way, a majority of Kenyans are in a position to own a house. The clerk is already before the speaker, ready to present the tally. Allow me to hand you over so we can hear from the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Moses Wetangula, on how members voted in regards to that tally that was occasioned by a division from the House.
Are on their feet. Take your seats. DK, take your seat. The tellers may move forward and announce the results to the Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, sir, in the second reading of the Affordable Housing Bill 2023, the voting, manual for ayes 141, nays 58.
Order, honorable members. Kibagandi, take your seat. Order, honorable members. I now wish to announce the results of the voting to the House. Order. In a division on second reading of the Affordable Housing Bill 2023, the results are as follows. The ayes, 141. The noes, 58. Total vote, 199. Abstentions, nil. So the ayes have it. Clerk, can you read?
A bill.
Order, Wanjala. Order, before you read that. Order, before we conclude this, I want first to thank all members for your decorum. Apart from the errand member for Budalangi, the rest of the members observed absolute decorum. And Honorable Wanjala, you are supposed to be an elder to your colleagues here. So you can't sit there and be shouting at the top of your voice, contrary to Standing Order 76. So next time, be an example to your younger colleagues. It pays to do that. Order. Clerk, can you? You can't ask for a point of order, Honorable Undo. You know the rules. You are second termer. We are still in division. We haven't finished. Order. Go ahead, Clerk.
A bill for an act of Parliament to give effect to Article 43(1)(b) of the Constitution to provide a framework for access to affordable housing and for connected purposes.
You may now open the bar. On the division, the voting is over. Yes. Okay.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. And I want to also join you in thanking members for having conducted
Honorable
themselves.
members, we are going to the NADCO report for those who are leaving. Yes, go on, Wandai.
Okay. Honorable Speaker, I wish to join you in commending the House for having undertaken a very, very seamless voting exercise on this bill. But as I do so, Honorable Speaker, I take note of the fact that the third reading stage of this bill has been lined up for tomorrow, Wednesday, 2:30 p.m.
Tomorrow afternoon, yes.
Yes. Honorable Speaker, I want to plead with you that bearing in mind the enormous number of possible amendments that are coming from members on this very, very contested bill, I want to plead with you that you consider giving us a little bit more time in terms of arranging the order paper so that members can get opportunity to hand in their proposed amendments, and also where there are similar or related amendments, we can undertake the process of winnowing under the meaning of winnowing in the standing orders. Honorable Speaker, the feeling of most members here is that the timing of 2:30 p.m. tomorrow is too soon for those processes to be undertaken and be completed. I know for sure, Honorable Speaker, that I sit in the House Business Committee, but I want to plead with you that we try to rearrange this, since even on Thursday, we are still going to have a sitting that could actually be used to process the third reading stage of this very, very contentious and controversial bill. Honorable Speaker, I submit.
Ichungwa? Order, honorable members, the House is still in session. Order. Order, honorable members. Sabina Chega and your team, take your seats or go to wherever you're going.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I've listened to the Leader of Minority, and I'm glad he asserts that he's a member of the House Business Committee, and I can also confirm he was in the House Business Committee this morning, rather this lunch hour, and these are some of the issues that would have transacted in the House Business Committee, and he did not raise it, since the order paper was already published. Even by the time we were in House Business, there was an indication of the business that is lined up for debate tomorrow, right from the morning sitting to the afternoon sitting. And having listened to the issues, Honorable Speaker, it's also true that this debate began last week, and I'm also aware that quite a number of members have been in discussions with the chair of the committee proposing various amendments. And members, I know there are also quite a number of members who have already filed their amendments, proposed amendments. And therefore, since it's now 5 p.m., Honorable Speaker, and we have up to tomorrow, and occasionally, Honorable Speaker, the Speaker has allowed members to even file amendments on the floor, and they are considered in the afternoon for anybody who may want to file even over lunch hour. And the clerk's office can also publish a supplementary order paper. Honorable Speaker, I would prevail on you that we transact business as approved by the House Business Committee, since the Leader of Minority was within his right to propose that particular change within the House Business before approval of the business of the week by the House Business Committee. Otherwise, we will now be on the verge of retransacting the business that was before the House Business Committee in plenary, which will not set a very good precedent. I would rather, Honorable Speaker, that we give members up to tomorrow 1 p.m. to file their amendments, those that may want to file amendments, especially any member who was not there on Thursday and who was not here today and may want to file an amendment. But I am certain, having checked with the clerk's office, there are already members who have filed amendments. And once the order paper is published, should there be any other amendments that anybody wants to file, we can give them up to 1 p.m. tomorrow, and we publish a supplementary order paper with your approval, Honorable Speaker. Otherwise, I would strongly oppose delaying of this business, Honorable Speaker, beyond the time that was agreed on in the House Business Committee.
As Honorable Andai and your majority colleague, you both sit in the House Business Committee. You know what we passed. However, in accordance with our standing orders, I'll direct that any member who has any amendments to file, Your deadline is noon tomorrow. Once you have filed in all the amendments, then the clerk will be directed to prepare a supplementary order paper to accommodate every file amendment. If the weight of the amendments are such that you need a winnowing process, I will have a consultation with both of you to see what we need to do. Otherwise, the matter will remain on the order paper for committee of the whole tomorrow afternoon. Next order.
Order number 9, motion, report of the National Dialogue Committee.
Honorable members, order number 9, the report will be debated in accordance with the motions we passed on the management of our time. It is allocated 2.5 hours. The majority and minority leaders have 10 minutes each. Each other member speaking has 5 minutes. Depending on the nature of interest and depending on how repetitious you would be in your contributions, the House Business Committee agreed that we may reduce the time to 3 minutes per member. But as it is, you passed a motion, that a motion of this nature, 2.5 hours, 10 minutes for majority, 10 minutes for minority, 5 minutes for each contributor. So, Majority Leader, you are called upon to move the motion. I see names already on the screen. If they are not for this motion, wipe them out and log in afresh so that we give everybody a fair chance to contribute. Majority Leader.
Majority Leader. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the adoption of the National Dialogue Committee's report, or what was christened NADCO. And this report, Honorable Speaker, came, Honorable Speaker, sorry, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the National Dialogue Committee, which was laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 7th December 2023. Honorable Speaker, I was saying this report culminated from a long process that began with the bipartisan talks that were co-chaired by the Honorable Murugara and the Honorable Otiende Omolo. Let me take this opportunity to thank those two members and the members of the bipartisan team that formed the basis of our talks, Honorable Speaker, because we benefited immensely from the work that the two gentlemen had begun through the bipartisan talks. Honorable Speaker, allow me to also take this opportunity to thank the Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka, my co-chair, and the leader of the delegation from the Azimio side, and ably assisted by the leader of minority, and also thank the other members of the committee, including my deputy, the Honorable Cecily Mbarire, the governor for Embu County, the Honorable Aaron Cheruyot, Honorable Hassan Omar, the Honorable Eugene Wamalwa, Honorable Amina Mnyazi, and of course I've mentioned the leader of my minority, the Honorable Pio Wandai. Honorable Speaker, this report, or rather the NADCO committee, considered all the 5 issues that we had agreed. And you remember, Honorable Speaker, many of us had other issues besides the 5 issues, and we framed our issues around 5 thematic areas: on electoral justice and related matters, outstanding constitutional matters, fidelity to political parties and coalitions, and the law on multi-party democracy, entrenching of funds into the Constitution, and issues, and I don't to dwell into all the recommendations that came out of the report. Members, you remember, is a very bulky report that also factored in memoranda and submissions from many Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, we were able to listen to very many Kenyans who submitted memoranda to us, from about 258 written memoranda, that were sent to the committee. 60 stakeholders appeared before the committee, and we listened to over 704 persons. And that tells you, Honorable Speaker, that this report factored in views from very many Kenyans from across the country. Honorable Speaker, we also have a retinue of proposals on legislative instruments or statutory instruments that emanated from this report. And Honorable Speaker, we have a total of 9 legislative instruments or legislative proposals that we shall be submitting to Parliament for publication upon the adoption of this report. And key among these legislative proposals, Honorable Speaker, touch on IEBC, on electoral justice and electoral reforms, Honorable Speaker. And there are quite a number of legislative proposals, beginning with the reconstitution of the IEBC panel. We have proposed amendments to the IEBC Act of 2011 to provide that the selection panel, Honorable Speaker, will be reconstituted. And Honorable Speaker, you remember the courts only a few weeks ago, about 2 or 3 weeks ago, in trying to cure the lacuna that exists in law, because you know the panel as it is today, Honorable Speaker, has no timelines, and they could take forever, Honorable Speaker. But with the amendment, besides reconstituting the IBC panel and growing the membership from 7 to 9 members to ensure that we have a cross-section of views and interest groups accommodated within the selection panel, we are also creating a timeline, and the panel will now be required to finalize the exercise within 90 days. From the day that the panel is appointed, they must complete the work and submit the nominees to the President, and they shall stand dissolved thereafter. Honorable Speaker, we have also allowed the Parliament, both houses, using a simple majority, the latitude to extend time for this panel should they need more time than the 90 days that will be provided for under the new act, should we adopt or rather enact the legislative proposal that amends the IBC Act of 2011. Honorable Speaker, it is also noteworthy that the committee has recommended a transitional clause to provide that the selection panel existing immediately at the commencement date of the act will cease to exist, but any person who is working in that panel is eligible to be renominated by any of the nominating bodies, Honorable Speaker. So therefore, for instance, the political parties liaison committee that had 2 nominees, they will now have 3 nominees under the new panel, and any of the nominees that were under that selection panel could be renominated by the political parties liaison committee, or in that case, even those under the Parliamentary Service Commission, they can renominate the same people. Those under LSK can, if the selection bodies desire, they can renominate the same people. Honorable Speaker, critical among the other changes, Honorable Speaker, is a recommendation by the committee to Article 89 of the Constitution on delimitation of boundaries. Honorable Speaker, again, you know the courts have also pronounced themselves on the question of delimitation of boundaries, and we had a statutory deadline that lapses at the end of March, which is only next month, Honorable Speaker. And it is therefore not practical under the circumstances to be able to delimit boundaries within a period of a few weeks after the adoption of this report. And therefore, we are proposing that Article 89 of the Constitution is amended to provide for extension of the period for conduct of the review of the constituency's boundaries by IBC, where for any reason, like the case is this time, the review of the names and boundaries of constituents is not completed within the time stipulated under Article 89(2) of the Constitution. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, we shall also be bringing those amendments. Honorable Speaker, on audit of the 2022 presidential elections, we did engage in this matter, and we agreed that in line with the constitutional provisions, Honorable Speaker, that we evaluate all our presidential and election processes. We agreed that we shall not be reviewing since the presidential election was settled, and that is a matter now beyond us, Honorable Speaker. and settled by the Supreme Court. But we shall, in line with our constitutional provisions, be evaluating or rather have a process of an evaluation of the 2022 electoral process, so that, Honorable Speaker, we ensure that future elections, beginning with the 2027 elections, Kenyans are certain that the election results are credible and the entire electoral process, right from registration of voters, Honorable Speaker, up to the time votes are tallied and winners announced, be it for MCA all the way to governor and presidential elections, that Kenyans can be certain that those elections have followed a process that ensures the entire process is credible, Honorable Speaker. And that, Honorable Speaker, we have created in the report a mechanism where we shall, within 21 days after adoption of this report, have a system where we have a panel that will identify either one firm or two firms to conduct an evaluation process of the last elections, Honorable Speaker, with a view to improving on the systems, because this is what our Constitution provides for, that after every election we shall, IEBC actually is mandated under our Constitution to ensure that they have a system that evaluates that electoral process with a view to enhancing, or rather to making the processes, the electoral processes, more efficient and more credible election after election. Honorable Speaker, on outstanding constitutional matters, there are issues that touch on 2/3 gender rule, and I know many of our lady members of parliament have been very keen on this issue. I do know, Honorable Speaker, that there was a ministerial working team on this aspect, and indeed, we did recommend that on the 2/3 gender rule, the committee recommended that the multi-sectoral working group on the realization of the 2/3 gender rule under the Ministry of Public Service, Gender and Affirmative Action finalizes its work and recommend a framework of implementation of the 2/3 gender principle and submit its report to Parliament for consideration. And Honorable Speaker, I had an engagement this afternoon with Honorable Sabina Chege, the party leader of Jubilee, who has been very keen in pursuing this matter. And she has indicated to me that following the meeting we had yesterday between our parliamentary group and the cabinet yesterday in Naivasha, indeed the Ministry of Gender, Ministry of Public Service, Gender and Affirmative Action has indicated to our lady members of parliament that they have indeed concluded this and they have a report ready, and we shall be engaging with the cabinet secretary to be able to relay that report, so that as we adopt this report, Honorable Speaker, we can have that report from the multi-sectoral team form part of the legislative proposals that will come as a consequence of this NADCO report. And we shall be engaging with the Minister, Honorable Aisha, to have that ready. Honorable Speaker, on the cost of living, Honorable Speaker, because this is, again, maybe before I get to the cost of living, Honorable Speaker, on entrenching of funds into the Constitution, we did recommend that NGCDF, because of the critical role it plays together with NGAF and the Senate Oversight Fund, that they be entrenched into our Constitution, Honorable Speaker, and more importantly, on the Ward Development Fund, to ensure that all our MCAs in our constituencies and in our wards have access to a Ward Development Fund, Honorable Speaker, and every ward, no MCA, will have to kneel before a governor to be able to access development funds to their wards. We also recommended that the Ward Development Fund be established by statute in accordance with Article 207, sub-Article 4B of the Constitution, to ensure that our wards and our ward representatives are also able to carry out their work of oversight over their governors without anybody cajoling them or intimidating them that they will miss out on development funds for their wards. And, Honorable Speaker, MCAs will now be able, upon adoption of this report and upon enactment of the requisite legislative proposals, to be able to have development funds allocated to their respective wards. Honorable Speaker, on establishment of entrenchment of state offices, we also did agree on the establishment of the office of the leader of the official opposition and that of the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I know those within the Azimio coalition, since they are now the official opposition, they will agree on who will take over that position, Honorable Speaker. and I wish them all the best as, in that endeavor. Honorable Speaker, on the cost of living, because, Honorable Speaker, the question of the cost of living is one of the matters that we dealt with at length, and there are many proposals that were submitted to us by many stakeholders, including, Honorable Speaker, as I said when I moved the affordable housing bill, on the question of whether to be able to help our economy to recover, we have an opportunity to have an aggressive investment in huge infrastructure projects, Honorable Speaker, and we are able to engage with economists of repute, including those from the SID, who submitted to the committee, Honorable Speaker, that even developed countries like the Republic of Germany, after the Second World War, they had an aggressive investment of huge infrastructural investments, Honorable Speaker, to help the economy to recover. And we did, for those of us who subscribe to the Kenya Kwanza Manifesto, submit before NADCO that part of that endeavor is this housing agenda. And I am glad that even those of our colleagues in the Azimio coalition do agree with us, including the former Prime Minister, that housing as an agenda is critical at this particular time in our republic, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, too, on the question of the cost of living, Honorable Speaker, there are many proposals, many good proposals that came from the Azimio coalition, and some, in fact, 90% of what was submitted by the Azimio coalition before NADCO on the cost of living, we are able to adopt those proposals, touching on some of the levies that touch on the cost of fuel in this country. Honorable Speaker, we had also points of divergence on principle, Honorable Speaker, and we respectfully agreed that because some of the proposals they had are proposals that touch on their manifesto in Azimio, especially on the question of subsidies and consumption subsidies. And we were able to push our case, and we were able to agree with our colleagues in the Azimio coalition that on the question of consumer subsidies, they allow the government of the day to implement the manifesto that they sold to the people of Kenya that had nothing to do with consumer subsidies, but had everything to do with production subsidies, Honorable Speaker. And I am glad, Honorable Speaker, today, as we speak, months after the very heated engagements that we had in NADCO, including some like the Honorable Eugene Wamalwa, pretending to have walked away on the last minute, Honorable Speaker. And I say pretending because Honorable Eugene Wamalwa was part of the engagements in NADCO up to and including the very last meeting on the Friday before the actual signing. And when he excused himself to travel to Kinshasa, he had indicated he would come back to sign that report the day after. And let me thank all the members of the NADCO committee because they all signed, except the Honorable Eugene Wamalwa. And on the question of the prices of unga, which I know is what was being sold then, I am saying I am glad that today, Honorable Speaker, as we engage in the debate on this report, Honorable Speaker, nobody in this country today, including my colleagues in Azimio, none of them today speaks about the cost of unga when they talk about the cost of living today, Honorable Speaker. I am glad that what we told them in NADCO and what we have told them before, that production subsidies do work. And it is a proven theory in economics that production subsidies give you better results and more lasting results than consumption subsidies. Today, Honorable Speaker, the price of unga that was at 260. I saw yesterday somebody posted one of the groups, one of the brands, today retailing at 114 shillings without consumption subsidies, Honorable Speaker. Farmers, patriotic farmers in this country, Honorable Speaker, courtesy of the subsidized fertilizer, have produced millions of bags that they would never have produced, Honorable Speaker, had they not accessed the subsidized fertilizer that was going for 7,000 shillings only a year ago, but today a year and a half ago, Honorable Speaker, but today they're able to access fertilizer at a price of 2,500 shillings. And that is what has brought down the cost of living, Honorable Speaker, in the terms of the price of unga. And I'm glad those of our friends who donned sufurias on their heads, today their sufurias are very busy in their kitchens with unga at 114 shillings, Honorable Speaker. And some of the most expensive brands retailing at 140 shillings, brands that were going at a price of 278 when we were being pushed to go for fertilizer subsidies, for consumption subsidies, Honorable Speaker. Let me, Honorable Speaker, without belaboring a lot of these things much, because the report has been debated even in the public fora, plead with all of us to adopt this report. Is a product of a very fruitful bipartisan engagement, Honorable Speaker. The spirit of NADCO was to ensure that never again, Honorable Speaker, in this country shall we ever have to fight.
Mr. Speaker, the majority leader is about to wind up, but did you hear him saying that the cost of unga has reduced? From which shop, may I ask, from which shops in Nairobi does the majority leader shop from, where the cost of unga has reduced to 140? May I ask, although perhaps I'm going to different shops.
First of all, this is not question time. Carry on. There, you are prosecuting your point of order wrongly. You're asking questions instead of asking whether he's in order to say what he's saying.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And you know, Honorable Speaker, I was careful because I'm not in the business of promoting brands. But I have just seen it was the Honorable Ruku who shared the photo of one of the brands retailing in a supermarket in Nairobi at 114 shillings. You could share that picture with Honorable TJ. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, I was saying this NADCO process, Honorable Speaker, was informed by the desire by all Kenyans to engage in our politics in a way that is devoid of violence, Honorable Speaker. And I am glad that we were able to transact business in NADCO in a very civil manner, in a spirit of give and take, and the Honorable Opio will bear me witness that even the most difficult questions within NADCO, we were able to deal with them in a very good way, in a very civil way, without anybody throwing words at each other and being able to engage. And the whole spirit, Honorable Speaker, of the National Dialogue Committee was that spirit of dialogue. And we did indicate, Honorable Speaker, even as we engaged, that that is a desire of every Kenyan, that whether it is problems that emanate from our electoral processes, whether it is problems that come from the cost of living, never again shall Kenyans have to engage in violence, but we shall be able to dialogue with each other, talk to each other, Honorable Speaker, and be able to resolve all issues that are of concern to us as Kenyans in an amicable manner through dialogue. Honorable Speaker, with those many remarks, see my time is over. I beg to move and plead with all of us to support this report, adopt it, so that we allow the House to be able to be seized of the legislative proposals that have far-reaching effects, especially those that touch on our electoral processes and the challenges that bedevil our IEBC and delimitation of boundaries. With those many remarks, I beg to move and request the Honorable Leader of Minority, the Honorable Pio Wandai, the NADCO Deputy Delegation Leader of the Azimio Coalition, to second.
Yes, Honorable Ruku, what is...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is good to inform Honorable Kajwang.
Order. You're out of order. He's not on the floor. Order. Cross off and go and quietly tell him.
The Honorable Speaker, how I wish our colleague members would learn the rules of this House and avoid taking us in circles or treating us to unnecessary shenanigans. Honorable Speaker, let me start as I second the motion for the adoption of the National Dialogue Committee report by saying that the establishment of the NADCO was as a result of very, very painful experiences that the country was going through following the elections of August 2022 and following the immense suffering that Kenyans were going through as a result of the skyrocketing cost of living. Those twin issues took hundreds, if not thousands, of Kenyans to the streets across the country. And the country was teetering on the brink of total collapse of governance and indeed lawlessness. And therefore, we must thank the initiators of this NADCO process, the Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga and the Honorable William Ruto. We can also not forget to thank immensely President Olusegun Obasanjo for having made efforts to ensure that both parties saw the sense to come to the table. Honorable Speaker, the spirit that guided the NADCO process was that of give and take. Just like in any negotiation process, it was a question of giving and taking. We had a raft of issues as the Azimio coalition that we had placed on the table. Similarly, the Kenya Kwanza side had their issues. At the end of the day, we were able to harmonize these issues and develop a framework of engagement, which guided our negotiations up to the end. I'm happy that in the face of enormous challenges, in the face of serious differences in opinion, we were able to arrive at specific recommendations touching on specific areas or thematic areas, and to condense this in a report, which is the subject of this motion that is before us today. The Honorable Speaker, I want to summarize really, because 10 minutes is too short. Some of the takeaways in the report, without necessarily repeating, are one, the roadmap towards reconstitution of the IEBC. The second one is the governance structure, the governance around political parties and their management. There is the issue of the audit of the elections. We have agreed on this matter to establish within 21 days upon the adoption of this report a panel consisting of 3 persons from each side to develop the terms of reference that will guide this audit process. I want to leave it to that panel to be able to establish these TORs. We must also, of course, talk about the World Development Fund, but more importantly, the matter of the increase of the allocation of the national revenues to the counties from the current minimum 15% to 20%. Those are some of the takeaways. But coming back to the question of the IBC, I keep on saying, time and again, that in this part of the world, the matter of elections is life and death. Believe you me or not. Elections in this country just like it is in this part of the world. It's a matter of life and death. And therefore, the body that is to be charged with the responsibility of managing elections must be like Caesar's wife, beyond reproach, and must enjoy the confidence of the wider majority of the populace, and indeed must enjoy the confidence of the key players in the electoral process. That is what informed NADCO's recommendation to restructure the IEBC, to restart the process of appointing the IEBC commissioners, and to recommend specific amendments to the Elections Act, to the IEBC Act, and indeed to the Constitution. We in NADCO resolved that never again should the country go back to where it was just few weeks or so before the establishment of the NADCO. That never again should we have a situation where an IEBC would be split down the middle at the critical moment of announcing the results of presidential elections. That it was never the intention of the framers of our Constitution, and indeed Kenyans, when they adopted this Constitution in 2010, that a body charged with the onerous responsibility of managing elections would be split in the middle at the critical stage of announcing presidential election results. The raft of recommendations in this report are, among other things, aimed at curing that very, very serious problem that can only be, that has come to be associated with only Kenya. Honorable Speaker. The Honorable Speaker, the issue of the two-third gender principle, the not more than two-third gender principle, has been adequately captured in the report. It was our view in NADCO that since the time was not adequate, and since there was a working group, a multi-sectoral working group, dealing with that question, that we give it time to complete its work and compile a report, which report would be treated as part of the NADCO. The report that would come from the multi-sectoral group, working group, dealing with the question of the not more than two-third gender principle, within the letter and spirit of the NADCO report, would be part of the NADCO report. And I want to join Honorable Chungwa in urging that group. I had a chance to meet them yesterday, Honorable Speaker. They came calling to my office, and I had very, very fruitful engagement with them. And I urged them yesterday to fast-track the process and submit their report with the proposed instruments to this House, even as we proceed with this process of implementing the NADCO recommendations. Honorable Speaker, there are some issues that the committee, in its wisdom, recommended that they be referred to the principals, the two principals, Honorables William Ruto and Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. Honorable Speaker, one of the issues that we agreed should be referred to the two principals is the matter of the Cherera 4. The 4 IEBC commissioners that differed in opinion with the other three. It was in the wisdom of the committee that that matter be referred to the two principals to perhaps pursue a settlement outside the court process. We also agreed that on the matter of violence, including violence against the public by the police and police killings, be referred to the principles with a view to forming a system, to establishing a system of undertaking thorough investigations and holding whoever is responsible.
1 minute.
So, Honorable Speaker, in a nutshell, as I conclude, given that the document we are discussing today, the NADCO report, is a negotiated document, is a consensus document, our understanding and our position is that such a document is not open to any form of amendment. And that principle also applies equally to the attendant instruments, that is the proposed legislative amendments to statutes and the Constitution. So with those very many remarks, I second and I urge my colleagues to adopt this report in totality and to allow the country to move forward in one accord. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Minority Leader. I now propose the question, which is that this House adopts the report of the National Dialogue Committee laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 7th December 2023. Karoli Omondi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I did have opportunity to make both a personal presentation to this committee as well as a group presentation by 27 other honorable members of Parliament. I would like to talk about 3 things. I've gone through it, and I must thank the committee for at least recording and acknowledging our presentation as 27 members of Parliament who called for the creation of 10 additional counties based on the original Kilifi draft and other instruments that preceded the enactment of the 2010 Constitution. However, I've noted that there are several glaring misrepresentations of what the position of the Constitution is in relation to the way new counties are established. You will agree, Honorable Speaker, that the IEBC has completely no role in the review and delimitation of county boundaries. This is preserved for this National Assembly under Article 188, whereby a resolution we can establish a commission that will investigate the boundaries based on a criteria which is in the Constitution and establish new counties. I've realized when I've read the report where they are making a statement under paragraph 201, and I believe it is FGHI, that the establishment of new counties require a referendum because such an act would interfere with the territory of Kenya. Nothing would be further from the truth. I've looked at Articles 5 and 6 of the Constitution, which clearly define what the territory of Kenya is, and territory of a country is defined by reference to external boundaries in terms of the neighboring countries, never by what the boundaries are within the county, which is where the boundaries for counties are. I think it would be wrong to adopt the report without any amendment when such a glaring misrepresentation is in the report, which that is not what the law says. Yes, they are saying we also need a referendum, which is not the correct position. A referendum is clearly defined under Articles 255 and 256. And you only go to a referendum when you're dealing with counties if you want to change the objects, principles, and structure of devolved units. Creating new counties do not interfere with objects under Article 174, principles under 175, and the structure under 176. Structure is simply that a county government will have a county executive and a county assembly. There's no other structure. So it is wrong. I think we need to amend some of these resolutions here and then have accuracy in the report. So even though it is a product of negotiated settlement, we cannot allow it just to go with such misrepresentations. Secondly, I did make a presentation on party discipline as well as registration of new political parties. My presentation has not been covered here, and I would like it to go on record that, again, if you read the chapters on this report on party discipline, there is a lot of confusion whether we are a presidential system, a parliamentary system, and if we are a parliamentary system, which one are we? What is being presented here is a situation where elections are elections of political parties, not of individuals who are elected by individual mandate from the people. We should look at what happens in pure presidential systems, which is a system of governance that we have in this country, and adopt mechanisms that encourage party discipline within a presidential system. We cannot be importing parliamentary systems, practices and norms of parliamentary systems into a presidential system without understanding what they are. What I'm trying to say is, in a parliamentary system, if you are elected as an individual in that party, there are certain freedoms and independence that you enjoy. If the party is elected and the party nominates you on the basis like in South Africa, there are certain limitations that you have. In a presidential system, you have a direct mandate from the people. You have a voice to vote as you wish in this house, only taking account of the interests of your people. That is what happens in America. That is what happens in all other jurisdictions with the presidential system. And that is where we should go. Finally, I did propose, because of the bad manners of many people in the Republic of Kenya and the problems that we are having, that it is essential to institute what I call nationhood science, so as to promote the values and principles under Article 10. I've not seen it captured here. I wanted to go to in the record of this House that I feel very strongly that we need to introduce civic education, entrepreneurship, and other things that will inculcate the national values and principles under Article 10 of the Constitution in our young before they get spoiled, rotten, and mess up our country. With those remarks, I will be moving some amendments on the recommendations of the report. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Next chance to the member for Marsabit, Honorable Wako.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to add my voice to this very important debate on NADCO report, as I also take this opportunity to congratulate the committee members who sacrificed a lot of their time and came up with this report that will guide our nation into a better nation. Honorable Speaker, the time they spent and the memorandums they have received from different Kenyans, and when the majority leader was moving, he said that 60 stakeholders appeared before the committee, which means that Kenyans took a lot of interest in this and they participated fully. Again, the majority leader told us that out of their report, 9 legislation proposals have been developed, which clearly shows us that they have given a lot of attention, and the legislative proposals will of course capture the needs of this country and will guide us, as I said, into a better nation. IBC, the issue of IBC seems to have been given a lot of attention, and reconstituting IBC, of course, is a major thing today. We are going to second year after elections, and we have a lot of gaps since we did our last elections. We need IBC members to come in and IBC Commission to start off their work so that we prepare ourselves, we take care of the past mess, and also make sure that we have filled the gaps. There are many MCS, many members of parliament who have gone to be with the Lord, and now if we constitute, then we will get on to work, and I recommend that the earlier we do, the better for our nation. Again, Madam Speaker, one encouraging thing that the majority leader said is that this House, this August House, has the mandate to extend the time in case we need, because the panel is to complete their work within 90 days. But if that is not achievable, then we have the mandate to add more days so that they can conclude. But it is my prayer that we will conclude this matter as soon as possible so that Kenyans will have the services that they need. Madam Speaker, the issue of delimitation of the boundaries is of interest to many of us, And we know that that time is also coming to an end. It is my prayer that we will come up with some proposals that will help us, because many counties, many wards, many areas have been suffering because of this challenge that we've had. And the earlier we also embark on this so that we can mark the boundaries so that people can coexist and also know their areas, that will also help our nation. One important thing they have covered is the issue of Ward Development Fund, which is a big encouragement to all our MCS, because as they sit and wait, once we approve this, then the MCS will be able to do their work freely without any challenge, without, placing the governor or the county executive. They'll be able to be empowered, because as of now, many of them are not able to do what they want to do in their counties, because they do not have these funds. And what I want to say on this is, even for the MCS, when these funds will be released and will be established, and of course implementation takes place, they should be accountable and they should have enough public participation so that the counties, the wards can benefit, and the people who elected them can also feel the power. And with those few remarks, I support, and it is my prayer that we will all participate in this debate. Thank you.
Honorable John Mbadi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I support this report, I want to mention a few things. Number one is for there to be a discussion or dialogue of this nature. Certainly it had to be preceded by some kind of or form of crisis. We had a crisis, as has been ably talked about by our minority leader. But Madam Speaker, we need to ask ourselves this question. I've been around here from 15th of January 2008. I've actually been in this chamber for more than 16 years. And every time from that time of the 10th Parliament, when we had post-election violence, we keep on using the same words, same terminologies as both leaders today used. That never again will this country experience the kind of violence. I mean, this is becoming rhetoric, Madam Speaker, and I want to say that as a country we must ask ourselves fundamental questions. Why is it that after every election we always have a crisis in this country? That is the question that we need to address. But looking at this report, I'm afraid to say that we still fear. We still gloss over issues. We have not addressed the main issue, the biggest problem, the challenge that we are facing as a country. It is about the system of government. Madam Speaker, some people call it winner takes it all. Some other people call it the feeling and the sense of exclusivity and inclusivity. Why do some Kenyans feel belonging to this country more than others, especially when elections are conducted? We need to ask ourselves that question. And looking at this report, Madam Speaker, we are not solving this problem. If we have decided that this system of government, the presidential system, is not working for us, then why don't we go the full hog and go parliamentary system? Why are we again creating systems that are very difficult to understand? That you are creating an office of the opposition leader when you have a presidential system? How does it work? I mean, let us not pretend and cheat ourselves and lie to ourselves that we are solving this problem. We are not. And I am afraid to say that next time, again, after 5 years, we will be back to the same discussions. Madam Speaker, on the issue of electoral management and the team tasked with the responsibility to manage our election, Madam Speaker, the truth is that in this country, nobody is neutral. None of us. All of us vote, at least those who want to vote. Even those bishops, you give them a vote, they will vote for someone. So why do we pretend? And we know we are in a divided society. This country is almost split 50-50. For us to have confidence in the Electoral Commission, let us bite the bullet and say, those who are in the majority, bring this number of commissioners. Those who are in the minority, bring this number of commissioners to preside over election. And see where do we get the chairman. We can even appeal to our brothers. Let us not talk about sovereignty if we cannot manage it. Let us accept and even ask our partners, our friends across the continent, give us somebody. If Obasanjo can come all the way from Nigeria to come and mediate, we had Kofi Annan coming here to mediate. Why don't we just accept that because we can't trust any one of us to chair our commission and produce a good result, then let's go that route and have someone from out there to preside over election. Finally, Madam Speaker, if you allow me, on the issue of cost of living, my friend, those are opinions. Wait for your time. Who can help this member of parliament? Now, my last comment, Madam Speaker, if you allow me, is on the cost of living. Madam Speaker, let us not pretend and cheat ourselves that cost of living has gone down. It is only food-driven inflation which has gone down, and that is because we have had good rains. Madam Speaker, it has nothing to do with inputs. If we fail, if rains fail in this country even for one season, we will go back to where we were. All the time when we had good rains in this country, Madam Speaker, we have had good harvest, and the cost of food generally go down. Honorable Baya has no point. There's no point of order. Madam Speaker.
You know,
I want to speak on
Honorable
that.
Badi, take your seat. Take your seat. Honorable Owen is on a point of order.
Point of order on relevance and truthfulness of information. You know, when John Badi stands, a ranking member, and says that cost of life has not gone down, I would like him to think like an economist, not as an accountant. You know, Honorable Speaker, you know, John Badi needs to know that when the dollar goes down, you know, the cost of production, the cost of export and import, all these go down. When they go down, they translate to money, real money that goes into the pockets of the people. When they go into the pockets of the people, it means they have more money.
Order, Honorable Owen Baya. That sounds like information. Honorable Badi, complete your...
First of all,
what is out of order? There is no one on the floor. Honorable Rocco, nobody is out of order. Honorable Badi, please
as I conclude, you know, when you hear the deputy leader of majority talk about the dollar going, what do you really mean? So talk about things that make sense. Which dollar is going down and which shilling is going up? You know, relevance, I am very relevant. I was talking about the NADCO report. It is Honorable Nbaya who has brought dollar, which is not in this report. But let me conclude, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, cost of living has not gone down. It will not go down with the way this government is managing our economy. It will not go down. I am telling you, let rains fail even for one season. We will be worse off than even we were last year. So let us not cheat ourselves. Let us address the issue of cost of living with clear minds, professionalism. Let us bring technical people, people who understand how systems work, not academics like David D. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Next chance to the member for Tigania West, Honorable John Mutunga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like to pick it up from where Honorable Bandi has left. Honorable Speaker, if we negotiated from the beginning, we will never get to where we are. What has been happening in this country after a stiff political competition, we continue with political competition, even in this House. Honorable Speaker, I think the spirit of the NADCO was a good spirit that we need to emulate. Honorable Speaker, if we also stuck to speaking the truth and telling Kenyans the truth, as guided by Article 35, subsection 2 of the Constitution, I think we would take this nation very far. Honorable Speaker, sometimes you can hear a member say that the housing levy or the affordable housing program is not benefiting people in Azimio. Today, the Honorable Karoli Omondi confirmed that the first phase of the affordable housing has already kicked off or completed in his constituency. It is very unfortunate that Some members can say it is only happening in the in the constituency where the government is represented. That is not true. Let us stick to the truth and let us stop telling Kenyans lies. Honourable Speaker, having said that, let me thank the committee for the good work that they have done. Honourable Speaker, the committee has brought out issues that needed to be scrutinized with sober minds. They brought out issues that have to do with IBC. I don't need to belabor that point, but the point of cost of living. They brought out very key proposals. Reduce the cost of travel by half. Reduce the DSA by 30%. Merge some of the institutions. These are proposals that need to be looked into. Sometimes we also overspend on things that did not matter. Creation of the office of the Prime Minister and that of the leader of opposition. I think if we had an office of the leader of opposition, we would have more organized opposition in this country. And therefore, we will not be having chaotic situations where people just emotionally get to the streets. Fast-tracking the legislative reforms that basically will harmonize the Senate and the National Assembly. We should not be taking each other to court. These are some of the things that you should have done long ago. This is one nation. One nation should be able to speak to oneself and then come up with ways of doing business. Honourable Speaker, the issue of fighting corruption has been articulated in this report. It is one of the thorny issues in this country that needs to be dealt with. And they have given clear proposals on how to do it. Entrenching NCG, National Government Constituencies Development Fund, GAF, and the Senate Oversight Fund. I will be bringing proposals, Honourable Speaker, instead of having the One Development Fund being recognized at the legislative level, it should also be entrenched in the Constitution, so that we don't have MCAs being elected and they cannot be assisted. Or we could have situations where they will not have an equal opportunity to participate in development, as it were. The amendments proposed in the IBC are very critical, and these amendments are good, Honourable Speaker, in the sense that we need to, first of all, make sure that competitiveness is embraced. We need to make sure that they also understand ICT and they also understand the issues of finance. Don't take anybody to IBC because the person is good or the person is a friend or the person is responsive to probably what you consider to be important. Honourable Speaker, there is one proposal that I want to talk to for maybe about a minute. The amendment to Article 138 of the Constitution, which will give create clarity on the role of the other members of the IMBC in terms of the pronouncement of the president when there is a contest, for instance. That needs to be done because there was so much of loose talk of the numbers when the role is clearly articulated as that of the president. Honourable Speaker, we as a country can do better if we talk to each other and not at each other. In this House, we keep on fighting instead of debating and bringing out laws that will help this country. I think NADCO report, or NADCO is a committee that has given us the direction that we should follow even as a House. I thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I support adoption.
Thank you. Member for Moiben.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Oh, sorry, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, once again for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this debate on the NADCO. I want to congratulate the committee, which took their time and spent sleepless nights to come out with this very beautiful report. And Madam Speaker, what I like about the report is that it was conceptualized and it involved the two sides of the political divide, the government and the opposition. Madam Speaker, I would also want to thank the President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, for accepting that this NADCO committee be formed, having won the elections, but he decided that because the country is more important than an individual, we sit together and come up with reforms which will take Kenya to the next, which will take Kenya forward. Madam Speaker, particularly, I'm impressed about the reconstitution of the panel to deal with the IBC. Madam Speaker, this animal, this IBC, has been a thorn for a very long time, and in our elections over and over, we have had issues. I hope this time around, Madam Speaker, we will have both parties agreeing, both sides agreeing, and coming up with individuals who have the interest of Kenya. Madam Speaker, most importantly is the issue of two-third gender in our country. This has been a problem which has been spoken over and over, many year in, year out, and nothing has been agreed. Madam Speaker, in this report, it is very clear that this issue of two-third gender is going to be addressed once and for all, and I hope that going forward, we will conclude it and have everybody, both sides of the gender, represented in every institution in our country. Madam Speaker, the issue of NGCDF being entrenched in the Constitution is very important. This, the NGCDF fund is a very important element in our country. It has transformed so many lives. The funds which come from this fund, we have had schools being built, we have had courts of law being constructed. I mean, it caters for so many. And now it is even more, it's even getting better when we entrench there, when we bring the Ward Development Fund, so that we don't have the members of the county assembly being at the mercy of county governors. This is a very good way forward. And also the Senate Oversight Fund. So we'll have every institution being independent and able to carry out its duties without being, with sufficient funds. The issue of the leader of opposition and the prime cabinet being entrenched in the Constitution is also very relevant, Madam Speaker, so that every time we are done with the elections, we don't have to fight over issues. We will be having a leading the president, and we also have a leader of opposition, and it will be very important because the opposition will be able to stand alone and carry out their issues, and government also can continue, and the opposition can carry out its oversight processes in a very straightforward matter. My time is up, Madam Speaker. Thank you for giving me the opportunity on behalf of the people of Moibin.
Thank you. Member for Arieda.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to support this motion for adoption of the report. In the words of Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, the report may not be perfect, but it's work in progress worth supporting, and I do support it. Madam Speaker, it is important to note two areas which I think are the most urgent. I will not cover the rest. One, it is important to note that under Article 89(2), the window we were given for reconstitution and the examination of the boundaries of constituencies actually expires this month, the 8 to 12-year window. It is extremely important that we adopt this report and then move the necessary constitutional amendments, which I want to suggest should be the first standalone constitutional amendment, to extend this period, perhaps not so much to tie to a year, but to tie to a period. Instead of 8 to 12, we could say 10 to 17. We will have resolved the mischief that the report is trying to resolve without getting into the quagmire that we might be if we try to do this thing before the next election. Secondly, is the audit of the 2022 general elections. Most people fear this because they think we'll be re-examining and revisiting the declaration of results and who won and who did not win. Far from it. Article 81(2) of our Constitution is very clear. Every election, and it's not just for the president, every election must be transparent, it must be accountable, it must be efficient. And those three words ought to be demonstrated at any time any Kenyan wants to see how it was done. It will bring settlement, not just for the past, but for the future, in terms of the elections when we are moving this way. Now, I know that this kind of report requires goodwill. For us to move forward, we will require that goodwill. I am not quite sure why we've taken 4 months since 25th of November to even table this report here. I do not know whether that is consistent with goodwill. But I do know, having been in the first process, that we were beleaguered by absence of goodwill at certain stages. I want to really urge that if we are to go this way, there must be goodwill. I want to say that contrary to what some people think, this report is actually not inconsistent with the judgment that was issued by the High Court just a fortnight ago. Indeed, in that judgment, the judge correctly observed that issues like constitution of the panel is a political question that should be left to politicians under the political doctrines question. But the judge found it necessary to come to that judgment because the process was delaying. Had we started this immediately the report was out, we'd probably have forestalled that kind of decision. But there's nothing lost because the judge is saying, do this within 90 days. The report is recommending, let us do it within 90 days. It is possible for those 90 days to coincide if there's goodwill. Even if we didn't, if there was goodwill, it is possible for the two principals who initiated the process to have a situation where there's consensus and discussion in terms of the names that will be recommended, so that when the names come here for the IBC commissioners, we do not end up in voting and confrontation as sometimes we are given to. Having said that, Madam Speaker, I want to say that there are areas that will require more careful navigation. It is not to say we don't adopt the report. As we adopt it, we will require more careful navigation. One of them is whether we require a referendum. My casual glance of the report suggests we will in 4 different areas. The second one is this thing of recommending a Senate of 7 years. That will require us to really re-examine a number of things. The third one is the idea of a staggered election. There's a host of reasons why the general election is held on the same day. And if we are to interfere with it, we have to navigate very carefully. Lastly, Madam Speaker, is the question of the leader of opposition and the office of the Chief Prime Cabinet Secretary. We will have to re-examine our structure of government because the report does not go that far. It does not say whether these officers are to be in this house and what role they are to play. That is left for us. So, Madam Speaker, I support with the caution that we need to start thinking more in terms of giving intention to the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Member for Sigoet Soin, Honorable Justice.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this very important report. First and foremost, Madam Speaker, I want to record that I'm in support of the report. I'm in support of the report, Madam Speaker, because when we are given the 9 legislative proposals, we should be in a position to cure at least 2 or 3 major issues that have always brought contention and polarization in this country. The one that comes to mind, Madam Speaker, is electoral justice. When shall we have it right in this country so that when our people go to elections, Madam Speaker, we do not resort to any other means to have our grievances sorted out apart from what is provided in the Constitution. Madam Speaker, I don't want to speak to all the issues. I want to single out 3 issues which I'll speak to. Madam Speaker, IEBC is an institution that we have constantly created and recreated in this country. But it has never provided us with the confidence that when we do elections, the elections are truly reliable and elections which represent the interest of the people. Madam Speaker, even we do create another IBC, and the systems, the structures, and the people in that institution do not do what is right, Madam Speaker, this will be an exercise in futility. I want, Madam Speaker, that when those legislative proposals are brought, we look critically at the structure of IBC, and we look critically at the systems in IBC. Let us also look at the methodologies of doing elections in this country. And finally, Madam Speaker, we must have people of ethical high ground manning IBC. Madam Speaker, I'm opposed to this idea where the principals are given the honors to select members of the panel that will be leading us in the formation of IBC. Let us, Madam Speaker, agree on who will be in the panel. And let's leave that to people who can be able to give us the right men and right women to man IBC. Madam Speaker, when I speak on this issue of Ward Development Fund, it reminds me of the belief of President Moy, the late President Moy, a long time ago, when he brought the idea of district focus for rural development. Madam Speaker, that was a system of devolution. And in the system of devolution, we want to decentralize as much as possible. And when we bring in the Constitution, the NGCDF, and also the World Development Fund, Madam Speaker, we are giving greater responsibility in the management of our resources to the lowest level possible. That I support, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, finally, I want to speak on the issue of corruption in this country. We lose so much money because of corruption. In some quarters, Madam Speaker, we are told we lose in this country up to 800 billion shillings a year through corruption. Madam Speaker, that dragon which has taken us back in our country, we must slay it once and for all. We are looking forward to the legislative proposal that will kill this dragon called corruption in this country, so that the resources that we generate go for the work that is indeed beneficial to the people of our country. Madam Speaker, with those remarks, I beg to support the report and look forward to the legislative proposals that will give effect to this report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Kirinyaga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support the NADCO report. Madam Speaker, the rationale behind it was so that we can have a conversation on the way forward in regard to pertinent matters that concern all of us collectively, devoid of party position and ideologies. Madam Speaker, I have skimmed through the report and a few issues pique my interest. Madam Speaker, the first issue is the entrenchment of the Ward Development Fund. Madam Speaker, it is about time that we ensure we give legitimacy to the office of the county assembly members, Madam Speaker, so that they can also have some sort of independence from the executive, Madam Speaker. We have seen oftentimes, Madam Speaker, a push and pull even in divide of resources. And most of the MCAs who sometimes find themselves on the wrong side in terms of being in good books with the executive at the county level, find that they're not able to launch any projects for their people, Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, these are people who have been elected by their various representatives to ensure that they cater and represent for their interests, Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, the 2/3 gender rule
is of concern to me. And it is worth noting that the leader of minority has pronounced himself that anything that will be discussed by the multi-sectoral working group in regard to the 2/3 gender rule and any recommendations in regard to the same will be adopted as part of the NADCO report. Madam Speaker, one of the issues that the NADCO report was supposed, rather the committee was supposed to resolve, is the issue of giving effect to the 2/3 gender rule. Madam Speaker, only this House has the authority through Article 27(8) of the Constitution of Kenya 2010 to ensure that we have provided for legislation for giving effect of the 2/3 gender rule. Madam Speaker, of course, we have had discussions back and forth about how to implement the same, and it can only enable to enrich the conversation and ensure that what is brought forth on this floor is something that will be looking to ensure that it caters also for the interest of the Kenyan people in terms of representation. Madam Speaker, I'm also alive to the recommendations to extend the time for delimitation of boundaries. We all know that this was coming up and that the time was lapsing due to the issues at hand, and given the fact that we do not have an IBC, the IBC commissioners, I can see my colleague nodding in agreement. You can see that the report is really a consensus on all sides of the divide. Madam Speaker, it is important to note that the extension of time will allow for a proper review of the boundaries so that we can see whether this House can protect the constituencies that had been protected in the law that is lapsing. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, I also note that the Election Offences Amendment Bill is proposing to introduce an offense for any officer who conducts or holds an election in an ungazetted polling station or center. Madam Speaker, I wish to support the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Mombasa.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi niweze kutoa sauti yangu katika ripoti hii ambayo imetolea uwiano. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwanza mimi nataka kupongeza, na nimeona wengi walitoa matakwa yao mengi sana kuhusu zile pesa ambazo zinafaa ziende katika wale MCS wetu, na ni dhahiri kuwa Mheshimiwa Spika, MCS wetu wamekuwa wakihangaika sana. Tunaona wengine wanapewa, wengine hawapewi. Kwa hiyo ikiweza kuwekwa katika sheria kuwa ma MCS waweze kupewa pesa za kufanya miradi kule mashinani, inaweza kusaidia sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Jambo lingine ambalo nimeliangalia Mheshimiwa Spika, sijui kama litapewa kipaumbele, japokuwa katika yale maamuzi ya mwisho sikuona Mheshimiwa Spika. Walemavu siku zote wao wameachwa nyuma Mheshimiwa Spika, na ingekuwa ni vizuri kama walemavu wangekuwa pia na mgao wao wenyewe ambao wanaweza wakajipangia mambo yao bila kushughulisha watu wengine tofauti. Mheshimiwa Spika, walemavu wanahangaika na mambo mengi sana katika taifa hili Mheshimiwa Spika, na wanahitaji usaidizi, na huo usaidizi ikiwa kama waweza wakatengewa mgao wao kama walemavu, mgao wao kivyao, inaweza kusaidia sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, jambo lingine ambalo nimeona limegusiwa, mambo ya IBC. Na tuliona mambo yalivyokuwa katika uchaguzi uliopita Mheshimiwa Spika. Ilionekana wazi kuwa 4 imeshinda 3, wakati ambapo ilikuwa ni ngumu sana kuelewa Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo ikiwa kama mambo haya yanaweza kuangaliwa vizuri yakapigwa msasa, IBC tujue hawa maafisa wa IBC wanapewa uzito gani, ili tuweze kuelewa vizuri kuwa wale watatu walipata ushindi mkubwa kwa sababu gani kuliko wale wanne, Mheshimiwa Spika. Iweze kupigwa msasa mambo haya yasiweze kurejelewa, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, jambo lingine ambalo limegusiwa, na mimi napenda kina mama bunge hili tuweze kusukuma kwa pamoja, na hata dada yetu waziri Mheshimiwa Aisha Jumwa aweze kusukuma haraka mambo ya two-thirds gender, ile ambayo ni thuluthi tatu kuangalia hali ya jinsia. Mheshimiwa Spika, kina mama tunahitaji nafasi za uongozi, nafasi za kutosha kama inavyoonyesha katika katiba, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na ndio ningeweza kumwelezea waziri wetu Mama Aisha Jumwa aweze kuileta haraka ili ingizwe ndani, tuweze kuangalia mambo ya kina mama yanaangaliwa sawa sawa, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, jambo lingine ambalo nimeangalia na napenda kusema, sisi kama viongozi kutoka Pwani tuliweza kulilia kamati hii kuangalia kuwa ile mipaka yetu ambayo inaweza kuingiliwa na wengine wa Garissa na sehemu zingine za Ukambani iweze kulindwa mipaka yetu ya Pwani, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na naona imegusiwa hapo, natumai pia ripoti hii ikiweza kuchukuliwa kwa uzito, sehemu zetu za Pwani zitapata ulinzi na tutabaki na sehemu zetu, Mheshimiwa Spika. Jambo lingine ambalo nimeliona pia tuliomba kama viongozi wa kutoka Pwani ni kuwa sisi katika zile constituencies zile zetu ambazo tunazo, Mheshimiwa Spika, zisiweze kupunguzwa. Manake kulikuwa na sintofahamu ama kulikuwa na tetesi kuwa tunaweza kupunguziwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, idadi yetu pia imeongezeka. Kwa hiyo sisi tunaomba badala ya kupunguza waweze kuongeza constituencies zingine katika sehemu zetu. Tutaweza kushukuru sana, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, wengi wamezungumza na kusema ni kwao, lakini mpaka sasa hali ya maisha, gharama maisha iko juu sana, Mheshimiwa Spika. Tuweze kusisitiza sote ni wa Kenya, na hata tukizungumza sio kuwa tunachukiana, ni tunataka kuwa gharama ya maisha iweze kurudi chini, yule mwananchi ambaye ni mnyonge kule chini aweze naye kupata matakwa yake bila kuwa na uzito, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, unga hujashuka bei kama alivyosema mwenzangu, na tunaomba tuweze kusukuma wakulima. Na mimi naona katika mbolea waliuziwa, Mheshimiwa Spika, mbolea ilikuja bure. Wakulima wapewe mbolea bure kwa sababu wanasema mazao yameongezeka. Wakipewa bure mazao yatazidi kuongezeka barabara, Mheshimiwa Spika, na tutapata uchumi wetu unapanda juu vizuri, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo mimi napongeza ripoti hii. Naweza kuipongeza nikisema kama mama Mombasa, ni ripoti nzuri ambayo ikitiliwa maanani Kenya itasonga mbele kama Wakenya moja. Asante sana, Mheshimiwa Spika.
Thank you. Member for Buri, Honorable Mugambi.
Madam Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity. From the onset, I want to take this opportunity to commend the committee and say this it has given us a good foundation for onward development of our political economics in this country. But Madam Speaker, I have two issues to make. One, the matter of cost of living. Mr. Speaker, what I expected from this report is apportionment of the revenues that we correct that goes towards productivity in this country. Madam Speaker, there is the money that comes from the national government that is supposed to address the cost of living. And there is money given to the counties that also goes towards the cost of living. Madam Speaker, sectors like water, sectors like agriculture, they are all have a direct impact on the cost of living. Yet, Madam Speaker, when you're talking about the cost of living, and according to this report, all the missiles are focused on the national government, which I believe is not fair as far as the national government is concerned. And that's why I'm saying this report should have gone deeper and apportion what the two arms of government are supposed to do in terms of addressing the issue of cost of living. Madam Speaker, the cost of living is a subset of so many factors, and those two are not the only ones. because we have nature. There's no way that we can address the issue of food production without addressing the issue of the land patterns in this country. And that's where I differ with my senior, Honorable Bandi, that if the land fails, we'll go back to the story, the old story. But I want also to challenge ourselves that what the national government and the county government need to address is that when dryness comes, we need to be ready in terms of putting more money in order to generate more water so that our productivity can be kept constant. But all in all, Madam Speaker, the report is good, but let's be real. Let the movers of this discussion be real to themselves. I think it was not very good intention to bring this cost of living because it's a diverse topic which cannot really be put in paper because there are so many factors that come into play. Madam Speaker, the issue of international community in as far as having a direct impact on what Kenya does is also a factor that needs to be put into consideration when you're talking about the cost of living. Madam Speaker, the issue of delimitation, Madam Speaker, this report falls short of addressing the real criteria and the redefining what the constituencies wants and the counties need to follow so that they can be given the status as such. Madam Speaker, this report did not examine that because you find the only aspect that was wrong is marginalization. There are so many other factors I believe that this report should have addressed to go towards the delimitation. Madam Speaker, this report is a bit biased because it did not address the issue of hardship. There are so many areas in this country which are not defined in terms of hardship and which I thought that aspect should have been brought into this report because you find some counties, some wards, some constituencies having been given the status of hardship where others are not given. And this goes towards the determination of the resources that will need to be put into them. Madam Speaker, the many Kenyans have lost faith in IBC because it has been loaded with a lot of problems. Madam Speaker, I need to ask ourselves, how many Kenyans vote? That's the basic question which has not been answered or asked in this report. You'll find that only an average of 60%. What goes on with the other 40%? And who addresses why they don't vote? So I thought this report will bring that aspect properly, why 40% on average of Kenyans don't vote. Because this is very important. How are their issues being addressed? Why have they lost faith in voting? Why have they lost faith in IBC?
Time is up. Honorable Jackson Kosgei.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the onset, as I take the floor, I wish to support the report and congratulate the NATCO, this committee, for the work well done. As I support, allow me, Madam Speaker, to quote from a statement made by George Washington, who was a general and the first president of the United States of America in 1779 on a constitutional conference. He made a statement, and I wish to quote, "Let us raise a standard to which the wise and honest can repair. The rest is in the hands of God." We would like to take this opportunity to congratulate this committee and more so the principals involved, His Excellency the President of our Republic, William Samoei Ruto, and the Right Honorable former Prime Minister Raila Odinga for agreeing as a political divide to provide an opportunity for Kenyans to relook at our Constitution and look at areas that can improve several concerns of our country. One, it is important for the unity of this country. We have experienced suspicion in every election and electoral cycle. We would like to look into it and understand why Kenyans have disagreed in every election. Second is the issue of IEBC. Madam Speaker, we would like to agree that we have an electoral board or body that can be trusted by both sides in any given election. I also want to appreciate the Honorable Lady who spoke before me a few minutes ago, that it looks like the report did not speak clearly on the needs for persons with disability in this country. And I'm sure as we progress in the analytical discussion and deliberation in this House on this report, we would be able to put into it. We do not want, and as I represent the interest groups, we do not want to have persons with disability lumped up on an amorphous group called the special group. It has to come out very clear so that their issues can be addressed uniquely. I have been traveling in and out of this country for many years. And one of the experiences I have, for example, is the very insensitive nature our point of entry management is. For example, even at our JKIA International Airport, for a person living with disability and with a total dependency on assistive devices, he has to face it rough that you don't have an ambulance and the one which is there, especially when the plane is parked away from the bridge. So, Madam Speaker, this needs to be put into this report so that it can speak to the legislations in various domiciled in various acts. Finally, it is a moment to correct certain areas that has not been satisfactory in our Constitution. So I appeal to all of us, because this is a bipartisan bill that is coming up. I think it will be easier for us to correct things that are addressing the needs of Kenyans. Yet again, Madam Speaker, I support the report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. I start to support the report for the committee. Madam Speaker, I wish to say that this was the best moment for this country, because I think it was one of the best decisions that was made by the principals, because this country had come from a very difficult time from COVID, and then immediately after COVID, this was the election, and therefore we needed a sober mind, whereby we can think about the nation as our nation, but not as a divided according to our voting. Madam Speaker, I know we might think about it or resonate or discuss this report depending on our sides of support during the elections. But Madam Speaker, the most important thing that this report is there to bring Kenyans together so that we may be able to decide the way forward for this country. The election in this country is one of the most emotive, and I know out of this report, the best thing we can do is come up with a team or a system of election that we can be able to agree, all of us. Madam Speaker.
Member for Kangema.
Thank you.
Order. Member for Kangema, the next time this motion comes up, you'll have a balance of 4 minutes. And you'll have the go if you'll be in the House. You'll have the first opportunity. Order, members. Honorable members, the time being 7 p.m., this House stands adjourned until tomorrow, Wednesday, 21st of February 2024 at 9:30 a.m.